Swimming Junior World Championship 2020.
Very warm welcome to day two of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships here in Alghero, Italy. We saw a cracking day of action on day one in the men's and women's 10 kilometers race. Today we see the action in the 7.5 kilometers and the 5 kilometers, kicking off with the boys 16, 17 years. My name is Will Rollo, joined today by Alice Deering, a junior world champion and Olympian. Alice, this is going to be a very exciting day of racing.
Yes, yeah, I'm really looking forward to today. Yesterday we saw some fantastic efforts from all of the athletes. Today we've got the 7.5 girls and boys and the 5K girls and boys. I think it's going to be there's going to be some really special racing going on today, yeah.
And these competitors rolling through the start list, the youngest in the field, the men's 5 kilometers will kick us off, as we mentioned, and at just 14 and 15 years of age, quite a big moment for these young athletes.
Yes, definitely. It does sound so young to be racing, but it's all really, really great experience. A 5K, it's half of the marathon Olympic distance that we see. Really hoping that some of these events can start to translate into the Olympics if we get those opportunities. But the 5K, I really think, is a great place to start. It's a great introduction to the sport, and getting the opportunity to swim for your country at such a young age, potentially winning a medal for them, it can really set up careers and find some love for the sport at a young age.
So, just for everyone watching around the world, the boys will kick us off in about 5 minutes' time. We'll start to introduce those athletes very shortly, followed by the introduction of our girls athletes and their start about 6 minutes later. So, roughly 9:06 CET starting for the girls' race. 42 athletes will take to the water in the women's 5 kilometers. In the boys, it'll be slightly more. And all these athletes, of course, filled with nerves and anticipation. Alice, yesterday you mentioned, of course, a dear friend of yours, very fond of this race back in 2016 in Hector Pardo. How do you think? How do you think that set up his career?
Yeah, I remember Hector being so happy and proud of him winning that bronze medal. It was the first medal that GB had ever won at a World Junior Open Water competition. So it just kind of it really gives the sport some life in quite a few countries. Like in Britain, it's already been a big sport, but it gives that continued kind of like process that the higher ups in organisations can have their eye on to just know that there's Olympic medals on the line for this event. We're really hoping that we can get the relay through for the Olympics at some point, and that's another chance for medals, another great opportunity for countries to really invest in a sport which is growing massively, both in terms of the elite side, but also general participation as well.
Some great insight. I'm excited to hear more of that as these athletes get introduced shortly. 4 laps of this iconic course, the conditions really turning it on.
Yeah, I'm so jealous watching these videos. If anyone's listening from the UK at the moment, the weather over here is terrible. I'm so jealous of these pictures of these scenes. I'm really looking forward to athletes having this opportunity to swim in such a beautiful venue. That's as we were saying yesterday, it's one of the great it's one of the great things about open water is the places that you get to race, the world that you get to see within it.
And we saw a delayed start on day one due to some unforeseen weather on the previous days of competition. These athletes, of course, starting on time this morning, and I'm sure they've been ready and raring to go for a number of days now. Many federations heading over to do a staging camp. Could you imagine yourself in this situation as a youngster getting ready to race for your federation for some of these athletes for the very first time?
Yeah, this is an absolutely massive moment for any athlete having their first opportunity to race for your country. It's this kind of stuff you dream of when you're growing up. You know, being 9 years old in the sport, you think, "I'd love to make that happen for myself. Let's see what I can do." And then finally getting onto, a world stage, competing for your country, and in a tough event, like open water really deserves its respect regardless of the distance. This 5K is not going to be slow. They'll be well aware it's 5 kilometers. It's 1 hour of racing. It goes quick. You have to be very dynamic, very active, and you're going to want to do your country proud.
And as these athletes get introduced into the field, any early favourites on your list, Alice?
I'll be honest, the 5K, I have no clue because it's very unknown. There's very little I suppose for me there's very little like indication of who's going to be like amazing at this. So I don't know if you want to educate me, educate the listeners. It's yeah, I'm always the 5K. I'm always just like, let's see what happens because you're bringing together two age groups, two quite different age groups, 14 and 15, especially between boys. There can be quite a large gap in development. So I always think it's one of the most exciting ones because anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a great insight there. Of course, it's anyone's game, and as we've seen already at these World Junior Open Water Championships, anything can happen in these races. Almost the unexpected does happen. But looking back to the European Junior Championships that took place earlier this year, it was Chouridakis of Greece taking that race out. So Konstantinos ready to race once more for Greece, and I'm sure he'll be looking to take that double. Interestingly, though, at the Junior European Championships, there was only 0.98 of a second separating the top three. So potentially seeing another very close finish across the back end of this field like we saw in the women's race yesterday.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me much at all, especially with the 5K. There's unless you have someone who's got like real speed and endurance to get out there, it is tough to win by like a huge percentage or a huge margin. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see whether he can repeat that. But yeah, of course, there's going to be like tough competition from the rest of the world. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
And there's a lot of excitement surrounding the young Turks as well. We know the Turkish team is really starting to show out on this international level. All the athletes now being introduced, so moments away from the start, but Turkey certainly one to watch.
Yes, yeah, I've loved seeing the growth of distance swimming and open water swimming in Turkey and also Tunisia as well. I really feel like there has been a lot of investment, both time, money, and effort from the swimmers, from the support staff and federation to, revitalize something which, will give life to something which has a lot of potential. So it's really exciting to see that it's still coming to fruition with so many juniors coming through.
Yeah, that was the good thing about day one, seeing those developing federations in this open water sport really start to come to fruition. All of our athletes now out on the starting pontoon as we are about to head into the hands of the starter. Alice, any last sort of thoughts on these athletes and what they would be going through at the moment?
Yeah, there's a lot of concentration going on at the moment, a lot of nerves. These are 14, 15-year-old boys. There will be quite a lot of inexperience. I'm expecting to see a very um, dynamic and like back and forth race. Someone will want to lead, and then someone won't want to lead. And I think the start will be very fast.
We'll break it down as we go on. Moments away from the start here. This is day two of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships here in Alghero, Italy. The start of the boys, 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers, 4 laps of this iconic course. They're about to get ready. 230 meters to the turn can. The anticipation is building. And they know what's in store. A world junior title on the line here. Who will be crowned the top of the 14, 15 years? We'll find out in just over an hour's time. For most of these athletes as well, Alice, be the first time they're starting off a platform. Potentially a different way to start a race.
Yeah, that's so true. I just am recalling my first European Junior opportunity, and we started in the water. So yeah, I was starting on a platform as well. Just the rocking of it as well can be really unsettling when you're trying to get your thoughts and your balance.
It's going to be interesting to see if that plays a toll. We know it's a fast start, only 5 kilometers, so much shorter than what these athletes will end their careers at, the 10-kilometer distance, and potentially for some even longer. But for this, the first time on the international stage, the first time representing the federation in the hands of the starters, and unfortunately, we'll see how this plays out. Bit of chaos at the start. So you're not wrong, Alice. It was a bit crazy.
Yes, yeah, this is where hopefully a mistake like that. It seemed like he did stop. I don't think he had any advantage to being in earlier. So I'd really hope that maybe the officials will be a little bit lenient with that mistake. It was clearly, and as well, just give context to the viewers, standing on the pontoon like that, the platform, everyone is standing on that side leaning forward. The momentum is pulling you forward into the water. You have to have a very strong base, not to just like have to dive in like it happened to that boy. So I'm hoping that the officials will be lenient with that, because if you haven't experienced that before, it can be really jarring.
Yeah, add to that, obviously, the nerves and expectations. It's certainly a different experience to when you're on your solid block and lane in a pool, and I'm sure that athlete rally and come back into this race and fight hard. We know, of course, the officials will be working through that process with them, and they'll be working with their federation. But we said throughout yesterday's coverage that there are no losers in open water swimming. There's just lessons. So I'm sure, if anything, that athlete will learn from this experience and it won't happen again, because I'm sure it'll be a tough lesson if they weren't able to finish the race. leading early through that opening stage. It looks like it was Nagagawa of Japan that was out fast. We know the Japanese open water team has come to play at these championships and potentially eyeing down a gold medal.
Yes, yeah, it's so good to see so many nations really bringing strong teams and committing to these championships. You know, it can be like because it's in September, people think, oh, you know, I'm not going to put any effort into that. But it's a World Junior Championships. It's a great opportunity to give your swimmers a chance to compete with the best in the world, compete with the other people that they're going to be swimming with in this sport for the next 5 to 10 years. You know, there is longevity in open water swimming. We're seeing the Olympic medalists into their 30s, some of them still, of course, in their mid 20s, but even mid 20s. In pool swimming, is seen as like kind of old, but the fact that that's kind of the peak age for open water is really exciting. So I think this is really valuable experience for so many nations. And you know, there's world titles on the line. It's so worth turning up and bringing a very strong team and giving it a good go.
Yeah, that is a great point. Once more, we can see, of course, a lot more federations really trying to test the waters in the open water and see what lies ahead. As we've talked about previously, you don't have to have the one size fit all in open water swimming. It does really lend itself to any athlete that wants to work hard, which is like what we want to see in this sport. It does look like it is Nagagawa of Japan leading the way. You can see our hardworking officials just telling the boys to separate ever so slightly. We knew this was going to be a chaotic start, just 233 meters off that starting platform through to the first turn. So 2 minutes into this race, it is a swift pace opening the account for day number 2, and we'll get to introduce our female athletes very shortly as well. But so far, so good. That lead pack around that turn can quite nicely.
Yeah, yeah, it looks like a good pack formation at the moment. He's obviously like taking out fairly fast. It's causing a slight string out. There was like a little bit of a gap in the overhead shot, but I think that was just people taking different lines, and it seems like it's like kind of came back on itself now. But he's got two swimmers on his hip, which is like not a happy place to be. You can just see him slowly getting eaten up here, and yeah, now now let's see who wants to take the lead here. It's going to be an interesting straight.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of people from home wouldn't have experienced. Is leading the race and then two swimmers coming up on either side of your flanks and just sitting in that hip spot that does just absolutely take all your momentum away. A lot of these boys, of course, wouldn't have that much experience racing in a fast pack, but you know, this is a familiar sight, Alice. Two Hungarians up near the front.
Yes, yeah. Again, let's shout out Hungary for it's just such a strong open water swimming nation at the moment. Historically has been, but really, really coming into like a prowess at the moment of being like that nation to watch out for. We've seen it with Italy, we've seen it with Germany. I feel like it's Hungary's moment for the next 4 years into the next cycle, and we're definitely seeing it with these juniors coming through. We had Martin Huzetti, who came second at European Juniors, and I imagine that he will be one of the swimmers in here, in this these four leaders at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see the way that the pack's forming is indicative of the way that open water has been starting to get raced at the international level for the boys, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out through these 4 laps. We're seeing the back end of this women's field now introduced. This is the girls 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers. And similarly to the men's, a little bit of nerves on that starting pontoon.
Yes, yeah, like we're saying, this will be one of the first times these athletes have encountered um, this kind of tension on a start line. You know, it's a World Junior Championships. You know what's on the line. Like even European Junior Championships, I remember feeling incredibly nervous, and it's a sensation that doesn't go away until you hit the water. No matter what you do, or no matter what you tell yourself, you really just have to relish it and kind of get used to it as an athlete. It doesn't get any better. You know, it's only going to get but worse in the sense of, there'll be World Championships, Olympics, so you have to enjoy the moment.
And enjoy the moment they will. They are off in the girls. 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers, 4 laps of furious freestyle ahead of them. And I'm sure, well, obviously a much cleaner start than the boys' race, but you can see that whitewater really already starting to shape itself up. This is a chaotic way to start a world championship account. 5 kilometers. They say it's the sprint of the open water distance. Certainly cannot feel like a sprint sometimes, but a lot shorter than that 10-kilometer distance, and in tactics as well.
Yes, definitely. I remember loving the 5K initially, and then as I moved to the senior levels, absolutely hating it because it really ends up just being a sprint. You end up swimming at threshold for the whole thing, and that's never been my way of racing as an athlete or even as a trainer. Whilst obviously I have got an engine in my mind, I was always like, this is actually too far for me to hold like this kind of effort. Can we just like back off the pace a little bit? But no one's going to back off the pace. So this is typically the case for the juniors as well. It's swam fast as it should be. It's a tough race. Like just because it's half the distance doesn't make it any easier. There are different elements for athletes to contend with, and like I'm saying, it's a great introduction to the sport.
Great insight, Alice, and it'd be interesting to know how you'd break down this race if you were to be, well, if you were coaching one of the athletes in the water at the moment. What would you say to the athlete, and keeping in mind, of course, the 233-meter start to first turn? There's going to be a lot of energy exerted early on.
Yeah, I would for a junior 5K, I would highly recommend being in the top 10 as early as quick as possible. As we saw, even with the 10K yesterday, things change very quickly. Packs and secondary packs can get dropped so quickly, and before you know it, you're suddenly looking up and realizing there's a 50-meter gap which isn't bridgeable in your current state with whoever's swimming around you. So you need to be very well aware that this is a fairly short race. You are only swimming for an hour. And I say only, it goes so quickly. Before you know it, you're getting onto the last lap and you need to start getting into position to try and medal. So the benefit is you really need to swim at the front, as high up as you can, but be as comfortable as you can with that.
Yeah, that is a sensational point, and I need to apologize as well. Only 3 laps in this course today for the 5 kilometers, 1.66 kilometers per lap. So you really don't have much time to rest. And I guess even more important to note is those skills become even more emphasized. You need to ensure that you're in the right position around the turns. And obviously this is about 8 across in that third line, 7, 8 across. So that does start to get important when you start lining into these turn cans. But the weather really turning it on as we move back to the men's field. Still 4 across the front yet there. The 2 Hungarians lead with Japan and Germany. So this the pace not too hot early on in the boys' 5 kilometers, and we can see the Turkish team starting to make a move for that lead as well. It's always an interesting dynamic watching these youngsters race on the international stage. Many of them never having raced on the international stage, and obviously a lot of them never having raced against each other. They will take a good look around because I'm sure a number of them will make it through to be the next stars of open water swimming.
Yes, yeah, I remember at European Juniors, kind of, learning the names of the girls that I got on the podium with, and this is the start of a journey in junior swimming. You will be competing against these people, hopefully again in 2 years' time. Things obviously change a lot with juniors, whether you decide not to do open water anymore or somebody fresh comes onto the scene and takes that spot. But you start to learn each other's kind of racing MOs, and then you can start to translate that knowledge of a specific person into the rest of the world when you get onto those senior stages and senior competitions. So there's a lot to be said for tactics and learning who you are as an athlete at this stage, and it's great that they get such a high level competition to be able to discover that at.
That's a sensational point, and great to see World Aquatics backing it as well, bringing the coverage around the world live on YouTube. 7 across the front. This is the chaotic start. We did promise that there would be chaos and expect the unexpected, in fact. But if you told me that this was the way it was going to line up in the opening lap, I wouldn't have taken that bet. But it's going to be an exciting race. 5 kilometers ahead of these athletes. Most of these athletes now not even born prior to the introduction of this open water discipline to the Olympic Games. So they don't know a world without the Olympic marathon swimming, and many of them will be hoping to represent their federations. We're moving back now to our lead female pack, a contrary view to what we've seen in the men's. There is a little bit of a breakaway. 4 athletes, or 1 athlete with a gap to a chase pack of 3. So things are spicy at the front of the girls' race.
Yes, yeah, this is the danger of not getting into the front, as I said. As you can see, there might be swimmers back here in the middle of this like larger chase pack that have the capability to be on the feet of any of the swimmers in front of them, but they might not be able to get through the bodies and the white water, and it is very, very challenging. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing the kind of lead like this. If you get one girl who can swim like an 840 800 or an 850 800 at 14 or 15 years, that is a very, very quick time, and to be able to put in an effort like that, I'd be interested to see who it is. To be able to put in an effort like that can really change the dynamic of the race for everybody.
Well, we talked about the favourites for the men's race and how hard it is to predict a race like the boys' 5 kilometres, but equally so with the girls. As we've mentioned, a lot of them racing for the first time on the international stage, so we're not too sure as to what we can expect. I'm sure I was talking yesterday with a friend about how this is the start of the resume for a lot of the athletes, and one day when hopefully they're either racing at the 2028 or 2032 Olympic Games, the commentators will have a long list of achievements for some of them, including a World Junior title. So it's hard to predict what we're going to see, but as we get a lead shot there, that's back to our boys lead group. We'll get a closer look on who that athlete is out in front. It looks like the Turkish cap, but hard to tell at this point.
Yeah, I was interested. I couldn't tell when it went like 7 across whether that was everyone trying to lead or no one trying to lead. Like it's an indication of one or two things, and I'm not sure which. But we've seen the Turkish athlete out. Oh, is this is the boys? Yeah, this is the boys. We've seen the Turkish athlete take the lead on now and kind of ramp the pace up a little bit because, having 7 wides at the front is a bit concerning. You know, you don't know. It's very unknown for the athlete, and in a situation like that, when you know you've got the speed, especially for something as short as a 5K, I would say, get forward and see what you can do, because you will have the endurance to be able to cope with this distance and still be able to put in bursts of speed where you need to.
They are well and truly settled into this opening lap of 3. The boys, 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers here at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. And it's a different stroke, the 5 kilometers. Who would have thought, you know, there's not that much difference in the 800 meters to the 1500 meters in the pool in the way that you race that. Obviously, there's a little bit of tactical difference, but a world of difference in between the 5 kilometers and the 10 kilometers, especially even in the stroke rate of the athletes and the ability to engage that kick.
Yes, we're seeing much higher stroke rates as compared to the 10K yesterday, as you would naturally. Federations have a lot of knowledge in these events now. You know, it's no longer an unknown, like, oh, how is this going to be raced? Especially, like, as we're seeing with these girls here, there would have been some knowledge that there's some fast girls in this, and the pace is, someone's going to take it out. The pace is going to be fast, and we've seen 3 athletes commit to it here. It's still, you know, you still got 50 minutes of swimming to go, so whether anybody can catch them up remains to be seen. But they're really putting down a fast pace at the moment.
And 3 separate lines as they come down to complete this first lap, back end of the opening lap, that is. 3 separate lines. It was a lot of head noise at this point of a race. You wouldn't be expecting to go as hard early on, but you have to swim to the race, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, and this is where there'll be a slight inexperience from the athletes. For example, the girl who's currently in third, she should definitely just move over. I think she spotted it now and just get as much draft as she can. And yeah, she's doing it now and take it as easy as possible. So she doesn't have to like waste any energy. Obviously, don't let either of these two go from her, but just kind of enjoy that the luxury of having two people draft off of you and doing all of the work.
We move back to the start, or the front of the boys pack, that is. They're on their way back to complete lap 1 here, probably about 400 meters away from completing lap 1. It is Turkey leading the way. We'll get an update on who that is. Obviously, they have really shot to the front of the nation's eyes in this junior space, especially off the back of Tanselli, who just recently rebroke his own world junior record in the 1500, 14:41. That is lightning fast.
Yeah, yeah. There's so much talent and hard work coming out of Turkey at the moment. 14:41 for a junior is just it's mind-bogglingly fast. And is it right? He's only like 17 years old. Like he's young, right?
That's correct. He could be racing at these championships this week, but obviously has some big plans for what potentially lies ahead in Singapore.
Yes. This is a very exciting period for him. You know, like looking forward to LA, and then even further beyond. Like he'll only be into his early 20s in LA, probably punching for a medal by that point if his progression continues at the same rate. So, I think the arena of distance swimming at the moment is the most exciting it ever has been. It's very, even amongst the men and the women, with Titmus coming on to challenge the Decky. You've got Daniel Whiffen and Bobby Fink, Gregorio Palcineri. There are so many big names at the moment that it's kind of all bunched up together, and it's making for some really exciting racing. And this is also true of the open water as well.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've been bored during a distance freestyle event, and I say that with a lot of bias. Obviously, love watching the distance freestyle in both the pool and the open water, but when you have so many names really working hard and finding ways to work differently, to find different angles to push through is exciting. And then you see the next generation, like these athletes in the water that are really trying to make a name for themselves. And these athletes today looking home to take home those gold medals for the federations. Alice, you know just as well as anyone how much that means for not only the individual but for the federation and potential funding pathways.
Yes, it's huge. The opportunities that come with winning a medal for yourself are great for yourself, but also winning a medal for the sport is absolutely massive. It allows for funding to be placed into the sport because the federation or even like governing bodies outside of the swimming federation see it and they think, oh, okay, there's future potential here. There's potential Olympic medals. Let's invest some time, money, and effort into getting, sports science or training camps or anything which can advance their capabilities as an athlete. So it's a lot to play for in terms of course, glory, but also the side effects that can come with that as well in terms of funding and just giving your country, cementing your country as an open water country, as we're seeing with Hungary.
And as we're seeing now as well, develop with Turkey, of course, the juniors really leading the way. And that's usually how it's done, of course. The next generation of stars really push through and open some doors for the generation that follows them. This is the end of lap 1 of 3, 1,600 meters and 66 meters complete. 1,666 meters complete in this race. 2 laps to come. A very exciting way to start. We saw 7 across early on in lap 1. Now moving through is our leader from Turkey. We'll get an update very shortly as they come down to complete this lap. But it's very exciting to see what looms large for all of these athletes in the water. Who's going to be crowned the champion? We see our early favorite from Greece tucked in nicely, as well as Nakigawa of Japan. So the big name sitting near the front, as you suggested, Alice, in that top 10, and we'll get an update on that shortly.
Yes, yeah, this timing gate's going to be give us some valuable information on where everyone's at in the race. I think we can see the Greek swimmer tucked in the middle there. It's nice when there's like a very obvious hat that you can pick out. It's good for the spectators, but it's also good for the staff on the feeding pontoon as they come through.
Yeah, that's right. So Avicii of Turkey leads through the two Hungarians, the two Germans, and then it is Chodakis, the European junior champion, sitting comfortably in the top six. A raft of swimmers in that lead pack, though, sitting about 25 to 30 deep, which is very impressive through the opening lap. Two to swim now, and a lot of swimmers still with the chance of taking out that gold medal. Alice, you mentioned the colour of the caps. Of course, I'd be remiss not to ask about the yellow GBR caps. What was the
Oh
decision
God,
behind those?
don't ask me. That I was not happy about that. I always liked having white, black, or red because I don't want to be spotted. I didn't want to be like very obvious who I was. I just kind of wanted to tuck away, especially for the junior races when I was, really being competitive to get on the podium. Sometimes having a very bold hat can be to your disadvantage because people know who you are, especially when you've won a competition before. So I was very, I wasn't a fan of the yellow hats, if I'm being completely honest.
They do definitely help the commentators, so I'm not going to complain too
Yes,
much.
yeah.
It's
Yeah, no, now that I'm on the other side, I love it. So yeah, it's swings and roundabouts.
and we go back to the lead of our women's field. So there is a lot of separation. This shot is hard to tell exactly where athletes are swimming, but it does look like that we still have that separation for our top three athletes, and then a big fight in that chase group to try and shut down that early lead. This is at a point where it's interesting at the World Junior Championships where you don't know your athletes and fellow competitors too well, so you really have to start backing in yourself to work through your strengths and try and shut down that lead. If you are more of a 1500 and longer swimmer, you need to just settle down, get into your stroke, and jump across when you get those opportunities. And we saw that yesterday with Wozniak. But yeah, everything's shaping up pretty well in the women's race, Alice.
Yes, yeah, and to your point about not knowing the fellow competitors, my experience of European juniors when I won, I sprinted the first straight because I thought the pace was going to be like red hot. Didn't want to get left behind, just went and sprinted. And then I got to the first buoy, kind of turned around and had a look, and I was like, oh, there's quite a big gap. So I actually just slowed down and let some people come past me because I did not want to commit to doing that for the rest of the 5K. So it's I think there's having like some sense and sensibility. There's clearly, if this is the girls' race, that is a very substantial lead at the moment, and it's the kind of lead that will be very, very hard to catch up at this point unless they really drop off the pace and for the swimming terms die in terms of like, oh, I died, like I fell off the pace, couldn't do it anymore. So um, it's going to be a tough race for them. Like they've taken it out fast. It's going to hurt, but it's not too far to go.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can really push yourself harder than you'd expect in the 5 kilometers and just commit to what is an hour of pain. If you can do it well, that is a substantial gap. So I can't imagine the medals not coming from that top three. They have well and truly opened up. I'd expect that to be about 30 seconds between the top three to the chase group for fourth down through about 15. But I'll be interested to see which athletes these are sitting at the front of the race. We get these incredible shots once more of the bay here in Alghero. Truly a spectacular place to be racing. Alice, we've heard throughout the broadcast those whistles coming from the officials' boats. So I've been meaning to ask you, have you ever been on the receiving end of some of those whistles?
Not as far as I'm aware. I've always been really proud to boast that I never got a yellow card or a red card. Um, Sometimes, yeah, you hear the whistle and like I'm in the middle of a pack. I'm like, there's nothing I can do here. Like this is kind of on the other girls, the other women to like give me some space. I think it's just being sensible in the moment and respecting that the officials are saying separate and separate. But sometimes you're in a position where you actually can't do the separation. You've got to wait for somebody else to make that first move.
I don't think there's any issue with the separation of this front pack, though. They're swimming in alignment for that top three. At this point, we were talking yesterday how important it is to really try and avoid that contact and try and stay in your own lane and work together almost to keep that chase group away. Do you think there'd be any thought from these top three athletes, or are they just locked in on making sure they don't get dropped?
Yeah, I think this is being locked in. The stroke rate is high. Like the leg kick is going. They're swimming fast. You know, there's intent from the leader, and these two other girls are well aware that they can't get dropped from this. It's going to be stinging. It's going to be hurting, but they have clearly trained for this. You know, there's clearly the capability to go with this pace. So I think you need to trust in yourself that yes, it's hurting, but I have done the training for this.
They are absolutely shifting as well in this opening leg. We saw yesterday in the girls 18, 19 years, 10 kilometers. They went through the first lap in 20 minutes and 35 seconds. So this pace is lightning fast at the start of the girls 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers. 3 athletes separating themselves for about 30 seconds to the chase group. We saw that really format almost off the line, and it's held its form true here for 1666 meters. We'll get an update on who these athletes are very shortly, but Alice, a lot of spectators around the world would be wanting to know what it takes to become an athlete like this. And if you break down that stroke at the front of the pack, there's a lot of pull involved, not a lot of kick, so you'd say with that high stroke rate that they would be spending a lot of time on the pull buoy, no doubt.
Yes, yeah. The requirement for strength endurance in your shoulders for any distance athlete is like paramount. It's a common injury you see where like getting cuff issues and shoulder issues. So the endurance and the maintenance of your shoulders is so important because you're putting so much load through them, whether that's through like power or just the rate of your turnover. We're seeing with these girls at the front a high turnover, as we typically see with girls and women in distance swimming. It's more about a tempo rather than getting like the maximum pull per stroke, because your shoulders typically just can't cope with that kind of load for that long.
And I'll be interested to know, we've spoken about the maturation of the boys and how the 14, 15 years is a significant gap for them as they develop as athletes. As we just quickly go back to the lead group of our female athletes, it is that 3 that's well established. Bartolos ahead of Speninato, and Hansen of the USA is that top 3. I believe Hansen actually led the break off the line, so inspired yesterday by the performance of her teammate and looking for another gold for the Star Spangled Banner. But Bartolos, the Hungarian, is a superstar in the making. I believe she was very strongly represented at the European Juniors. Yeah, in fact, finishing second behind one of your countrymen.
Yeah, we had Bartolos finishing second and Spinato finishing third. So I guess, yeah, not a surprise that we're seeing them take it out at this pace. They also, there was like a substantial gap between the field in this race. You had Amelie Bloxage win by 18 seconds, and then she won by 18 seconds over Bartolos. And then I'm trying to do the math real quickly how far behind Spinato was behind Bartolos, but there was about a 40-second gap between second and third. So these girls have raced each other before in terms of the Hungarian and the Italian. So they will know that the other one has speed, that they can go with a pace. And so they're taking it out at the moment and testing what the other is willing to do.
It's going to be exciting to watch those 3 athletes who have broken away in the women's race battle for those medals, and who will be crowned the World Junior Champion. Back to the front of the men's race, and this once more is a familiar sight. The 2 Hungarians so strong. They really do look very strong out in front of this race. Um,
Yeah, I feel the Hungarian closest to us has such a beautiful and mature stroke. You could be you could be forgiven if you mistake this for the front of one of the men's tens in the at the World Cup level. Like
yeah,
it's got
absolutely.
such a very calm, nice stroke, and that can be said for the boy next to him as well. There's some real maturity in the way that they swim. It doesn't look like they're stressing themselves too much. Perfect sighting, just letting their eyes come slightly above the waterline, not doing too much. And I have to say, these conditions, especially for the women's race, have made it so easy for those girls to be able to swim away from the rest of the pack. It looks like glass. We'd say the water looks like glass when it's that calm, and you can just kind of skim across it. It allows for the faster swimmers to utilize their speed and get away because they don't have to change their stroke because of waves or chop coming over them.
Yeah, it's a sensational point how the conditions can just change so drastically in 24 hours and go from suiting a swimmer that does really well in the chop to really suiting an athlete that is a great pool swimmer. I'd say if you were looking at the context of the men's race yesterday and comparing it to today, yesterday's race would have really suited the likes of Krzysztof Rosowski, who is very strong and has a nice high elbow recovery that ensures that he's able to get through that chop quite easily. Whereas today, Florian Wellbrock would just be absolutely licking his lips at what this course holds for him. So at the front is Balint Chris of Hungary, and like you said, Alice, he looks very comfortable.
Yes, yeah, I really like his stroke. There's maturity to the way that he's swimming. Yeah, as we said, this is always going to be an interesting one. The pack's a lot larger than I expected it to be. To be honest, it seems like there hasn't been a massive injection of speed at any point. It's allowed a lot of swimmers to carry through. It looks like he's trying to put something down now, as you know, we're basically halfway through the race at this point. So we'll see if it translates into any kind of lead or break for the group.
This, of course, is lap 2 of 3 in the boys. 14, 15 years, 5 kilometres. A lead group of about 28 still holding on as we come through the half an hour mark of this race. Still about 30 minutes to swim as we head down to the halfway point. Out in front, Balint Chris of Hungary, the young Hungarian looking to take home his first international medal. He's racing tomorrow in that 3 kilometre knockout sprint, so certainly an athlete that we want to keep an eye on.
Yes, definitely. And this is a busy program for these athletes, and I really, really love to see this because my development as an open water athlete was very like you turn up, you do one race, you go home, and then all of a sudden you'll come to World Championships, and they're like, oh, well, we want to put you in the 5K, we want to put you in the 10K, and you're like, oh wait, but I'm used to just doing one race. And open water races require a lot of effort, both mentally and physically. So to give juniors this opportunity to race 3 times over the course of 4 days is really, really important to their development as athletes, because as you move to World Championships, a lot of these nations will be demanding you to race 3 times, maybe even 4 times. So getting that kind of mentality in early, that you turn up to a competition and that you'll do multiple races, I think is really important for the development of the sport, but also the athletes.
You mentioned before, Alice, that this race didn't have that injection of speed yet, and called it as Chris started to move forward. He looks like he's really stretching things out here. For the spectators at home, if you could just explain how it means or what it means when those athletes are swimming 7 across to when we see that things string out like this.
Yes, this is an interesting one, especially if you're not one of the faster swimmers who have been sat with the pace for a while, finding it comfortable, and then suddenly see the speed. Especially earlier when you saw that it was 7 across, it was probably it was the indication that nobody wanted to lead at that point. But now we've seen like a very clear intent from quite a few swimmers that it's at the halfway point. This isn't a coincidence. This would have been the point at which their coaches were kind of telling them, okay, you need to start putting yourself into position now. You don't want to be playing around with your speed going into the last lap. it will already be fast. You won't have much more to move to. So you need to get yourself into a strong position now to just make it easier for you going into the last lap.
As we go back now to the lead of the women's race, that lead group of 3 has extended even further from the chase group and really looking sensational on this second lap, almost through the halfway mark, and they're traveling almost in alignment and speed with the boys. So just to show you the class that is being laid down here by the Hungarian out in front.
Yes, yeah, and this could be this will be a massive shock for quite a few of the girls in the chasing pack at this point, because this is a fast speed. You know, I'll look up their PBs in the pool in a moment, just to maybe give some context into the kind of speed of these girls that we're dealing with. It can really make a difference from races like this at the 5K, at juniors, where you can swim off and it doesn't get punished.
And only 5K, so that gamble isn't as big as you'd expect over the marathon distance. We get that great shot there of the chase group trying to work together. It has whittled down ever so slightly. I'd say it's still going to be too big of an ask to catch up to Bartalos of Hungary, who leads the way 20 minutes and 1 second through that first lap. So that was 30 seconds faster than what the girls 18, 19 years led through that opening lap. So there is some serious speed. And Alice, I did mean to ask earlier as we finished lap 1, the development of these young girls is much different to what we see in the boys. And you can see the muscular development already starting to set in for the young Hungarian out in front of the men's race. But especially these young girls who have quite slender frames, are able to pull themselves through the water quite efficiently, and hence why we don't see those massive gaps in time between the 18, 19 years down to the younger age groups.
Yes, yeah, this is such a good point. I remember when I was 16 years old, I weighed 45 kilograms. So like very, very light, and it's kind of like no wonder I could just like kind of skip through the water, and the endurance was in there because there wasn't much muscle on me, there wasn't much fat on me. I was able to just kind of like pull myself through the water. And this will be the case for a lot of the girls here, especially in the 5K. Development starts to happen towards the ages of the 7.5 and then the 10, and then that's when you kind of start doing a bit of gym work, start utilizing your body and putting some muscle on it. But at the moment, there is a lot of like genetics and talent that works within that at the very moment. But that's not to say that like a certain development can't happen for an athlete. It's just the conditions of it sometimes. So I'm not sure of the statures of all of them, but typically you see like you're always surprised at how quick some of the 14 and 15-year-old girls can go, and then you see them like they can be quite tall and quite slender, and it just it makes sense. And then development happens, and it can progress into something else as well, where the stroke might change, their body might change, and it becomes just another way of swimming for them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, certainly does. A great breakdown once again. If you look at the stroke out in front of Anna Bartalos of Hungary, you can see that she has got quite a quick turnover in stroke rate and really stays on top of that water. Talking to what you were saying about the development of this athlete, as a coach, you would be thinking, all right, I'm going to set Bartalos up for long-term success, so we're going to do a lot of kilometers at a young age and really set that base as wide as possible so that when we do turn into an open age athlete, you can race a bit more, you can afford to not be training as much as you do at a young age. And with that, you can see the high stroke rate that she's just able to sit at the front and tick, 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 tick along, making sure that the speed stays in the race. And you can see the effect that it has on Spinato and Hansen, who's managed to stick in that top 3. But if Brinkley Hansen of the USA is able to continue this pace and stay in position, I would say that she's probably got the best of the sprints based on PBs and just the form that we're seeing through the halfway mark.
Oh great. So I've been trying to look. Could you give us a rundown of their PBs? I saw Bartolos swam 9 minutes when she was 13 years old, which is like lightning fast for a 13-year-old. But I haven't been able to get like a more specific range of what she's done this year.
So Hansen, currently her PB for the 400 sitting at 4:22.04. That was set at 13 years of age. So that is lightning fast for a 13-year-old. 8:55 at the 800. That was swum earlier this year at the TYR Pro Series in Tennessee. So clearly, getting some experience racing at that high level is paying off as she's able to sit forward. But I'm really excited about the prospect of what that looks like in the back end of this race, and seeing that speed come through at the end. It's going to be interesting to see if Hansen has enough to come over the top three and take out USA's second gold of the championship. Stuhlmacher taking out the first yesterday in the 10 kilometers. And what a finish that was, Alice. These athletes in the boys race leading now, they would be starting to think, what do we have ahead of ourselves? How are we going to spread ourselves out for this finish? And this is the point, in fact, yesterday where we saw Stuhlmacher move forward from about 12th into that lead group and trying to separate themselves to make sure that that sprint finish isn't contested by about 10 to 13 athletes.
Yes, yeah, I love the contrast and the polarization between the two different races that we have here at the moment. Again, we see like four wide with the boys here, and again, I'm not sure whether it's they all want to lead or some like I guess they're just comfortable in it. I personally wouldn't want to. If the pace is this slow, you might as well get on someone's feet and just be a bit lazy and take that for granted as much as possible. It looks like they're all swimming like fairly steady for what their stroke rates are. No one's going absolutely crazy at the moment. But you're right. They need to start putting themselves into a position at this point. You don't want to leave it too late, because that's when regret sets in, and that's not fun. We can see the European Junior Champion from this year tucked in behind, and I think he's in an absolutely great position. That's where I would have been sat ideally. You're soaking up all of that amazing draft. It will feel very light and very easy for him. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get trapped at any point in case anybody breaks and he's sat behind four people. That is a lot of that's quite a big turn to try and get around, but it's a nice position to be in.
Well, that you took the words right out of my mouth. In fact, I was going to notice Trudakis of Greece, that sitting there in that light blue cap, obviously sticking out for our benefit as the commentators, but he has not taken a single stroke at the front, but he has maintained that top six in the field the entire race. So looking sensational as we come through the end of lap 2. It's Greece back in front for Hungary. Nagagawa of Japan sitting second. So the early leader in Nagagawa moving back through the field. Hutzi, Leach of Germany, and Trudakis starting to make a move here for Greece. Strasburger of the German cap in 6th currently, and Mexico once again represented alongside Tunisia and Chinese Taipei as well in the top 10. So a diverse field up the front, some familiar countries leading the way, but also some fast risers looking like they are in contention for some medals.
Yeah, and as I was saying yesterday, this is fantastic to see. As we've been talking about Hungary being such a strong open water swimming nation, it's great to see nations like Mexico, Chinese Taipei, coming into the top 10s of these events, because it just indicates their intent for the future of these athletes. And I think open water swimming could benefit from more diverse nations, in the sense of there's more competition in that. And as a European, I feel like it is dominated by Europeans at the moment. But as I was saying yesterday, it's great to see so many South American nations taking part in this competition, as well as Asia.
You say, well, yeah, you can't really dispute the European dominance, but of course the reigning world champions over that mixed 4x1500 relay is Australia, and the USA competing really strongly as well. So it's just continuing to develop as a worldwide sport. a lot of countries that are really lucky to have access to that water starting to really show themselves as these nations to watch, and the likes of Mexico have the facilities to host really incredible World Cup races and have done so in the past. So we know the effect that that has on the next generation, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of juniors here in Alghero watching along, hoping to one day represent their federation. And it'd be remiss not to want to represent a federation like Italy, especially in the open water field.
Yes, I mean, Italy is such a tough country to represent. I often think like if I was Italian, I would have never have gone to a World Championships or gone to the Olympic Games. It's the strength and depth that they have there is just it's so tough, and it's bred such great competition. Of course, they've got such amazing places to swim, like we're seeing here, like we see it on mainland Italy as well, where a few of the World Cups and other and Len competitions, Len Cups have taken place. So yeah, I think we were saying yesterday there has to be something to be said around having nice places to swim and the correlation with having great open water swimmers, as we see with Australia as well.
So we now move into the third and final lap. This is the boys, 14, 15 years, 5-kilometer World Championships. We are about 18 minutes away from the final finish of this race, and I'm going to apologize in advance, Alice. I think we might get confused with some of these names. It is going to be absolutely chock-a-block across that finish chute. As we can see, this pack has not spread out ever so slightly. There's still 20 athletes within the shot.
Yes, yeah, this is going to be a very volatile and dynamic lap for these boys. A lot's going to change. Typically, we don't see a lot change in last laps in terms of placing, but I think just being juniors, that slight inexperience, the pace has been a bit confused. It's been a bit sprinty and then a bit slow. So um, I'm not sure what conditions some of the athletes might be in. This might have been too fast for some of the athletes, and now that this it's ramped up again, it's not going to be attainable to stick on that. But um, yeah, let's see where this develops, because it's really difficult to call who's going to take this at the moment.
There's a lot of questions yesterday after Schumacher's win ahead of Sanzulo in the girls 18, 19 years, 10 kilometers, as to how much these athletes would be training for that finish line. So I guess we'll ask someone that really maximized their experience on that finish platform. How much do you practice finishing in an open water race? And obviously we know how important it is at the end of the race.
So as a junior, I remember my coach stood on the side of the pool holding a kickboard, and we'd swim past and we'd like touch it. And honestly, I think as a junior, that was exactly what I needed. We did it a little bit as a senior, but nowhere near as much. And going into, World Juniors, where, I won by zero point 0.5 of a second. At European Juniors, I won by 2/100ths of a second. My fingertips just about managed to touch the board in time to beat the other competitors. So it is a really key thing at this age, especially when you don't have the racing experience to get that experience. Even in a training pool where, it's very rudimental, very, very like functional at a level, but you just hold out a kickboard, you swim in the end lane, you swim past, and you just time touching it. And you always want to touch the board at the front of your stroke. Never try and like swim through and then touch it with your head past the line and reaching up and touching it. I've seen someone lose a medal because they finished like that as a junior. And it's little things like that where you just like reaching as far as you can, touching it, can be the difference between third and fourth.
I'll add to that as well. There's nothing better than actual lived experience, and as hard as those lessons may be, sometimes it's the ones that you need to know to go back and practice and make sure that you're positioned right. And it's very, very tactical as they come into those final 50 meters. So for a lot of people around the world, they'll just be watching into that funnel 50 meters of max effort and really not understanding that the placements have been set up probably 500 meters prior to that final 50.
Yes, certainly. It really is about finding yourself in the position that you want to be in. So whether you know that you can outsprint people and just wait and bide your time, or whether you know that you haven't got that sprint on you, so you need to get distance between you and them in the final 200 meters, um, is something that you learn and develop as you move through as an athlete. So I don't expect anybody in either of these races to get it absolutely perfect. It's very difficult as a swimmer ever to have the perfect race, but discovering it as soon as possible is really important.
I always find it quite interesting, the dynamics of the lead group that comes into the final shoot. For me, I'd always want to be next to the fastest swimmer in the race and just sitting in on that hip, and then when the opportunity comes, jumping from that hip and using them as a slingshot into the finish. But it is high risk, high reward, of course, because if you jump at the wrong time, you'll be swum over by the rest of the field. Moving back
Yeah, exactly.
Moving back to the lead of the girls' race, I don't think this is. I think they're passing some of our male athletes
Okay.
as they come down
Oh
about.
yeah, this could be dangerous if you end up finding the wrong feet. I think it's the I can't tell who's who, to be honest. But yeah, just this to this point, it's exciting to overtake men. As a girl, it is, or it's exciting to overtake boys. But it can be quite dangerous if you end up on the wrong feet and miss the swimmers that you're already swimming with. So it's just a bit of a danger zone for whoever's second and third. But hopefully they've clocked that this is happening.
Yep, that is a great point, and something that I was going to ask you about in the 7.5 kilometers, as we have a red hot favorite in the girls 7.5 kilometers that we'll cover. So just looking through the results, this is not our leader of the girls race, Malia Speninato of Italy, now out to a 10-second lead over the chase groups. Oh, sorry, there we go. It is Speninato leading through there. 41:17.4 through that second lap. Bartalos sitting in second for Hungary, 10 seconds back, and Hansen of the USA sitting third. So it was exactly as you suggested, Alice, once again, that Speninato was able to use the chaos of overtaking some of those backmarker boys and create some separation. And 10 seconds at this point is going to be very hard to overcome.
Yes, yeah, especially because she was drafting the whole. She hasn't been leading the whole time. She's probably overtaken in the past like 500 meters. Managed to get a substantial lead, and yes, the chaos of overtaking boys is tough because I can't pick out who Bartalos and Hansen are in that pack at the moment, and that's a little bit concerning for them because they might not be aware that Spinato has made this break. They might think she's one of those boys, and then they suddenly realise, wait, why she slowed down so much? And then you get to the end of the race and realise that she'd actually swam off. So I'd love to get a better shot on the on this like kind of mixed pack at the moment, but no idea if they've clocked that she's actually gone.
But how's the performance from all three of our top athletes? They are over a minute ahead of that chasing group, which is starting to come through at the top of your screen. But Spinato really in control here as they come down with 1,600 meters to swim. It's almost her race in the bank. And Italy have worked so hard for their first gold medal at these championships. They were so close in the boys 10 kilometers and even closer, fingertip away in the girls 10 kilometers. But this could be their first title.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's just medal after medal for Italy at the moment. And I'll just give some context to Spinato's speed. She swims a 4:17 long course at 14 years old and an 8:51 at 14 years old. So there's some real speed to her. And it's kind of not a surprise that we've seen her utilize that and just advance on it, because you can get away with it for 5K like that, and it's very impressive swim from her.
As we go back to the front of the men's race now, there's a little bit of a gap opening up here.
Yes, it seems like someone's committing to this speed now, as they should be. You know, it's really winding up going into the finish. I'm not sure if this is Matteo Strasberger or Jonas Lesch. So let's see. I'd love to see how far behind everyone else is from him. It looks like he has a decent lead, but how this is going to translate into the finish will be interesting if anybody can get back on his feet. But it looks like there's clear water behind him for the time being, and it's Jonas Lesch with at the lead at the moment.
I was just about to add, the comms team letting us know Jonas Lesch leading the way. How good is that for the young German? Again, another federation that we haven't seen take a gold medal at these championships yet. But Lesch looks really in control. We spoke about the young Hungarians and how strong they looked in their stroke. But if you were watching that stroke at home, you would not believe that Jonas Lesch is only 15 years of age. And Alice, how's that gap to the field as we're starting to get a bit of a wider shot?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is the fun thing about junior swimming. This stuff happens. Like, all of a sudden you cut back and you're like, oh, okay, he's got like a 20 to 30 second lead over the pack. That would have developed in the last 5 minutes. So he's clearly been swimming steady up to this point, steady for him anyway. And now has thought, let's go for it. Let's put down the speed. Let's secure the win. And this is going to be very, very hard to catch up.
Jonas Lesch in a world of himself at the moment. Turned through the far side of the course. He's got a quick look back and he's almost looking back and seeing, this is my gold medal to lose now. And the benefit that Lesch would be having is we've seen some disorganization from the boys' race throughout the proceedings this evening, or this morning, where we are competing, of course. And Lesch really going to maximize on the ability for no one to lead the charge. Nagiwaka of Japan there looking like he's holding down second. I think that's Hutzi of Hungary on his higher side. But the race well and truly sitting with Lesch as we come down with about 700 meters to swim.
Yeah, and this is, I suppose, where juniors is fun, as I'm saying, with kind of like you can get a swimmer who can play with the inexperience of the field. So his speed is obviously very, very fast. Typically at senior races, you won't see a lead develop that quickly, that drastically. There's always the speed of the group, but no one ever really lets them get away or lets them have their own way like that. So as we're seeing here, the group's kind of not really working together. It's very like individual swimming in the sense of like a lot of hip swimming, a lot of like kind of getting eaten back up by the pack instead of kind of like getting on someone's feet and letting them have that water to utilize their speed.
That's a great shot there where you can see just how big that gap is from Lesch to the chase group. Or I'm going to struggle to see him getting caught from this point. And you know what's even better from this shot is you can see how hard he's putting in this last lap. The legs are absolutely going for it, and he's putting off a wake that is arguably just as big as the entire chase group. But one final turn to come, and then Lesch will be in a race against the clock for that gold medal. 600 meters is the final leg. And Alice, put yourself in Jonas's spot right now. How much would that last 600 hurt?
It's going to hurt, but at the same time, the adrenaline and the excitement that you're feeling yourself kind of carries you through it. So you kind of put it to one side in your mind and just accept, yes, I'm in pain, but what the prize at the end is like so worth just carrying on through these next 10 minutes and just allowing it to settle, kind of accepting that you're in that place. But just the adrenaline that will be going through him at the moment. I really hope he's like riding on that, because there's no better feeling in the world whilst you're going through something so difficult. Knowing what is at the end is so exciting.
A junior title waits for Jonas Lech. If he can hold this pace through the final 600 meters, there's going to be challenges, no doubt, as all the chase pack starts to battle for what those minor medals can look like. I'd love to know how Lech got away, but he is well and truly out in front. The chase pack is swimming on a better line as they come into this turn can, but it isn't making too much difference for Lech out in front.
No, I feel like the lead's not extending as much anymore, but as long as it's maintained, he'll obviously be fine. But yeah, his line wasn't as good as it could have been. He's obviously having to cut across a little bit now, probably having to swim an extra, probably like 10 meters. It's not a crazy amount, but obviously that's a second or two, maybe up to 3 seconds. So that's already time that you could have just not wasted, but being very, very picky here. This is a 14 or 15-year-old boy. He's very young, will be his first world competition, putting in an amazing effort. And yeah, I'm being very picky about that. He's still doing incredibly well.
And talk about how much this would mean for Lech, and obviously representing a very proud federation in open water swimming, that is Germany. Jonas Lech is out in front. His life is about to change. He will forever be a world junior champion after this race if he can maintain this lead. What do you think would be running through his mind? All those hard mornings of training has just come off what would have been a very hard summer, getting ready for this race, and obviously be inspired by what this moment means, and hoping that it carries the legacy of Florian Walbrock for one day to come.
Yeah, it's huge. As you're saying, Germany's got so many great swimmers to it for open water. Florian Wellbrock, Oliver Clement, Leonie Beck, Finja Wunram from a few years back. So there's a legacy there, and to insert yourself into the legacy is a really big moment. And he's swimming with that intention, with that kind of passion and that drive of, I want to put myself on the scene. I want people to know who I am. And the juniors, the World Juniors, are a great way to showcase what's coming. I think it's something that the seniors should definitely be keeping an eye on, especially if you're looking towards LA and then further afield. These are the names who are going to be contending with you for the Olympic spots come 2028.
That is a scary prospect, as you can see. Jonas Lech out in front, just putting in the work in this final 600 meters out by himself. The only thing that is working against Lech is obviously that chase group is going to start to ramp up as they get ready for that final sprint. Lech won't have that final kick that you expect to see in the last 50 meters of a race, but it might not matter if he's able to maintain this difference. We go back to what we expect is our lead female swimmers. We'll get an idea of how everyone's sitting. At last checkpoint, though, we had a 10-second lead by Spinato to the rest of the field. So how that plays out is yet to be determined, but at the end of the second lap, there was no doubting the lead was sitting with Spinato.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully, get closer to the water shot at some point, maybe or just some information so we can pick out who's leading at the moment. It looks like it's kind of been drawn back together. It looks like Spinato might have got caught. Perhaps Odyssey, the chaos of the boys might have ended up working back in the favour of the Hungarian and the American to utilise, as we've seen here, to probably utilise their speed and skip around them and then catch up Spinato. So it seems like she might have sat back into it, or is that them there? I don't know.
Yeah, this is always the difficult part of trying to call where the action's sitting in a dual race where we don't follow the action the entire way through. But just recapping, it was Spinato leading to the two chasing group in Anna Bartolos, our early leader from Hungary, followed by Brinkley Hansen of the USA. There was a 10-second gap. It does look like there's two athletes together. and then a third sitting at the bottom of your screen. So potentially that's where our lead swimmers are sitting, but I believe Hansen was in the black cap. We'll see how it plays out as they come down to with about 830 meters to swim on this turn can. We're not far from finishing in the boys race. The girls will be about 6 or 7 minutes just behind. So a very exciting time to be watching the action around the world. My name is Will Rollo, joined today by Alice Dormer, getting to call the next generation of superstars. And Alice, they have delivered here on day 2 so far.
Yes, yeah, it's looking good. Love to get when we get some information about the girls, we will let you know. But yeah, this is what you want to see. You want to see people discovering who they are as an athlete, discovering who they are as a racer. So we've got the 3 girls, the American, the Hungarian, and the Italian, taking it out and committing to the race from the whistle, from the starting gun. And then the boys race, a lot more measured, a little bit of like toing and throwing. And now we've seen Lesh commit to it and take it on, and looking to secure a World Junior Gold. And this is what junior racing is about.
Jonas Lesh on screen now, the leader of the boys 14-15 years. He's eyeing down.
Yeah, he's. I feel like he's picked it up again. His speed is just carrying through. I think it would be good to get a wider shot when we get a chance, but the chase pack, I don't think it will be attainable to catch him now. I feel like he's found another gear, especially seeing that finish line, the feeling that you get when you see the finish, and as he's going towards the finish funnel, the adrenaline just goes up to another level, and it can just carry you through. And we're just seeing Lesh approach the finish funnel here. He's got some fans cheering for him in the water. Absolutely love that. Hearing all of that noise as well as an athlete is so special as you move into the finish, because it carries you, and you really do remember those moments. Actually having clear water, how he's got now. So here we're seeing Jonas Lesh finishing off the boys 5K. He's going to win for Germany. He's done a fantastic race, very well measured. We see him finish here, and hopefully he gets a chance. His countrymen are in the water with him. We've got the rest of the boys finishing up now. It'll be interesting to see who they are when we get an opportunity. I think that goes to Hungary and to Greece at the finish. So yeah, fantastic racing. Grow, you carry each other through the sport, through the races. Obviously it's competitive, obviously there's rivalry, but there is a real camaraderie amongst the swimmers, and you're seeing this displayed now, and it's great to see that starting at the junior age as well.
How good is it to see the support of the athletes as well? How much would it mean as your teammates embrace you on the beach side?
It's so great to see that happening. You know, I think these are probably the girls who are swimming in the 7.5. Actually, they're probably just about to go and warm up. I see that they're numbered up. I would be saying as their coach, carry that energy, carry Jonas's energy into your race. Like, know that you've done the work, know that we're in good form, regardless if you're in a different program or not. You can really feed off of the energy from a win that your countryman has managed to achieve for himself and for his nation. So I think they should be really excited and pumped up for their race that's to come.
So we've seen Germany take home gold now. So USA, France, Germany on top of the podium through the first 2 days of competition. We'll see potentially a gold medal coming for Italy as we get ready to welcome home our women's 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers. The emotion pouring out of some of these athletes, and for good reason, Alice. It takes a village to create an athlete and a performance that we've seen from some of these juniors.
You're so right. One thing is, none of these efforts are ever done in isolation. There are a team of parents, friends, coaches, support staff behind each individual athlete, and it really can't be done alone. It's a real, especially open water swimming. It's a tough sport. No, I've never heard of anybody really training by themselves. I think Anna Marcela Cunha did that for a substantial amount of time, but even now she's moved to the super training program that's based in Italy, and it's a sport that really needs the energy of other people in many different ways to make yourself successful in it.
That is so true, and you can see a lot of these federations training with each other. I think we've got the finish of the girls' race not too far away as they're coming down. This is, of course, the joint world championships for the 5 kilometers, the boys 14-15 and the girls 14-15s. Not too far away. They are on that final straight. Who's going to take gold? We'll find out very shortly.
Yes, yeah, that's it's going to be an exciting finish. I'd love to see when we get opportunity to cut back to that, how that's developed, as we saw with the boys' race. Things changed very drastically from when we went back to the girls' race and then came back a few minutes later. Lesh had pulled into his lead, which sustained him into the finish. So it's always dynamic, it's always changing. It's very, very volatile, can be precarious places for the swimmers.
In fact, Alice, I think we might have even just seen the finish cross the line there. Brinkley Hansen of the USA on top. 103.05 is the time that we have recorded. This might be the action as they come down this final straight. It does look like our top 3 athletes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we'll get a replay of it here. Perfect. Unfortunately, hopefully we get a bit closer so we can call out who's swimming next to who. But as they committed to from the start, these 3 athletes putting in a monumental effort to swim a 5K the hard way, a really, really hard way, a way that the seniors swim it, where you get out and you go for it and you hold as fast a pace as reasonably possible. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this ended up going into the finish, because it's very competitive amongst them.
Yep, so we can see those lead 3 athletes in a battle. They have just over 400 meters to swim here. The finish line in sight. So the 3 athletes are separated very early on in Hansen, Bartolos, and Spinato. All in the mix here. In that black cap in the middle is Brinkley Hansen of the USA. Claire Strumacher taking out the gold in the women's 10 kilometers. We know that's going to play an impact on how they'd be feeling. We see some of our medalists in the boys 5K now.
I don't know. I managed to get the third place. I'm very tired. I didn't expect the result. All the race I was lost. I don't know what happened to me. Okay, I'm very satisfied now. I want to give a huge thanks to my parents, my coaches, and all the people that are close to me, because all the summer for this preparation for the World Championship, they were with me and supporting me constantly. So I have to say that I'm very satisfied, yes.
Thank you. Make some noise for Constantinos, people. Barin, what about you? Are you feeling good? Are you happy for your performance?
Yes, I'm very happy. And I'm very tired.
So keep an eye on the front of this girls' race. Still out in front now. It is Brinkley Hansen and Alice. We hadn't seen Hansen lead the race, but we did see
I'm feeling
her
good.
really start to make a move late on
Thank you.
here.
Make some noise, guys.
Yeah,
Make some noise.
I'd love to
And
maybe
what
we hopefully get
about
an
you,
interview with them and get some
Jonas?
insight
Are you
into
happy? Are you the world
how this
junior
developed.
champ? You know.
Because obviously we saw Spinato
Yeah,
take
I'm
like a
very
10-second lead at
happy.
one point,
I'm
and
proud of me.
if that was going
And
into the last laps, that's a
I
substantial
thanks to
lead. But
my
obviously it's came
trainer
back
Walter
together now,
and to my
and
parents and
they've
friends.
clearly worked
They
together,
helped me
worked with each
very
other
much,
to
yeah.
keep the pace high, and now it's kind
Are
of
you happy about the
who's got
place,
best,
about the course? Are
like
you feeling good in the
300
water?
meter sprint at the end.
Yeah, it was a difficult race.
Yeah, and we'll jump back into that
did it
action
very well.
shortly as well.
Okay, thank you.
Brinkley
People,
Hansen
make some
leading
noise for
Anna
our top three
Bartolos. Here we
boys,
go.
5
The final
kilometers.
stretch
Thank you,
of the
guys.
girls.
Great
5
job.
kilometers. Hansen to Bartolos, Spinato, the top three. A gap really substantially set into the 4th position. And Hansen lifting in this final stage of the race.
Yeah, this is really exciting. You know, we saw Claire win yesterday. We're seeing Hansen now. We still have the other Claire and Claire Weinstein yet to take on her event. So this is a really exciting time for America in terms of like the talent of juniors that are coming through. You know, they're already huge hitters on the senior scene. But like I was saying before, you'd be watching this thinking, oh, okay, you know, I've got some competition coming for me in the next 4 years. Like, you can't ever settle. You can't ever think that space is definitely yours, because in a nation like America, like Hungary, like Australia, there are people wanting to take those spots.
And it's an exciting time for open water fans as well around the world. Hansen leading the way as she comes down. It's about 50 meters to swim now. It's all the USA as they lead into this shoot. This has been an emphatic final leg by Brinkley Hansen of the USA. She sat third. She almost fell off the pack. She worked hard with Bartolos. She's come over the top of Spinato, and she's going to claim the gold medal and the junior world title. The USA get double gold in the women's race, as Brinkley Hansen has been nothing short of extraordinary all the way through to the end of this 5 kilometers. Brinkley Hansen is your junior world champion. Second there,
Fantastic.
Anna Bartolos, and our early leader, Malia Spinato of Italy, rounding out the top 3. And Alice, what a sensational performance by these athletes.
Yeah, they should. All 3 of them should be very proud of themselves. Each of them led the race at one point. This is great to see. It's great to see the joy amongst the swimmers of taking a medal home at a World Junior Championships, celebrating with each other. You see Brinkley going to celebrate with her team there. It's really, really, really special moments that you remember for a very long time, especially after putting down a really, really fast effort over that 5 kilometer. Like, these girls will be tired, but the adrenaline and the elation will be something special.
What a special moment for these athletes. As you say, it's so nice to have that support. You can see Anna Olas of Hungary there embracing Bartolos as she comes up the finish line. But what an incredible effort on the back end of that race by Brinkley Hansen. I really did not expect that from her. She almost looked like she was going to fall off. We knew the prowess that she had based off her PBs. She delivered some absolute heat on that final stage as we see what was the chase group battling through to the finish.
Yeah, this has been some really, really interesting swimming from both of the races. It just shows the diversity of swimming that happens within junior swimming. Unless you have like an absolute clear favorite, it's always so difficult to call, especially for the 5Ks of where this is going to go. You know, we saw the European Junior Champion come third in the boys' race. Did an absolute great effort. Didn't seem too happy about it at the end, but I think he should be very proud of, you know, becoming European Junior Champion, World Junior medalist. The future's very bright for him. And yeah, the same with the girls. You know, you saw how it's just changed each lap. Like, each lap kind of had a different leader until Brinkley took her opportunity to lead and ended up making it the win.
Simply sensational way to kick off day two's action here at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. Alghero has turned it on day two. Still 2 days of action and still more to come this morning as we move to what is going to be arguably one of the races of the meet. The girls and boys 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. We get to see one of the superstars of this weekend's meet in Claire Weinstein. But I really like this touch that's been developed here by World Aquatics as the athletes embrace the Federation flag. Did you get to do this when you were on top of the dice, Alice?
I did, fortunately. Yeah. I had a British flag around me on the podium at World Juniors, and it is really, really special moments. Like I've of course still got that picture. I've got the video of me finishing the race actually, and yeah, it's moments like this where, regardless of what your future looks like in the sport, it's still so special that we give these opportunities to juniors and celebrate the best of the best at this age group at this time, because it allows you to grow in the sport, to develop, and to celebrate that. Yeah, I'm the best. I'm the best at this age. Let's see what it translates to as a senior, and the future in my sport is bright.
That is such a special moment for these athletes, and such a special moment that I'm sure you look back on fondly. So we can see that next generation of open water swimmers enjoying the action here from the beach. And they would be thrilled to know that there's more to come. If you're tuned in around the world, of course, make sure you stay in on the action as we get ready to call what will be a thrilling race in the boys 16, 17 years. 7.5 kilometers, and the girls 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. We've talked extensively as to the favorite in the girls race. I still expect it to be quite an interesting race. We've come to expect the unexpected here through the first 2 days of competition, but equally, Alice, the boys race holds some exciting competitors as well.
Yes, yeah. We've got Imafuku from Japan, who's putting down some very fast times. I'm really excited to see what he can do.
How are you? How is your feeling? Are
We
you
hear
happy?
now from our medalists in the girls 5 kilometers.
Sinceramente non me l'aspettavo. È stato, ho realizzato il mio sogno e sono felicissima, sto ancora tremando, non ho parole per descrivere questo momento, penso sia il momento più bello della mia vita.
Momento più bello della sua vita, facciamo un applauso, please make some noise for Mayla Spennato, Italy. Anna, what about your feeling? The weather is good, the sea is calm, so what about your race?
It was very difficult, but I was prepared for the waves. I'm fine, I'm very happy, and felt is very good.
Thank you. Make some noise, please, ladies and gentlemen. Bringley, are you realize that you are the junior world champion in 5K?
I'm so happy, and I'm just glad I got to race with these amazing girls that made this whole race amazing.
What about the strategy used in the last lap? You are the first since the beginning and in the first group, and then you can and pushing very strong in the final lap. What about your strategy?
I really didn't have a strategy, but I knew I had more in me, so I just really wanted to fight and do my best.
So please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our girls. Thank you. Great job.
So some great insight there from our medalists. Interesting to hear that Brinkley Hansen just approached the race with enthusiasm and obviously paying dividends through that process. So what a way to end the action in the 5 kilometers, Alice.
Yes, yeah, and I love that she said that because it just shows, just go and have fun, especially at this age. You know, there's a lot of unknowns. It's difficult. You're racing against some amazing competitors. Just go and have fun, commit to it, see what you can do, And yeah, you can come away with a gold medal like that. Of course, she's got an amazing speed. You know, she's a very fast swimmer, but it doesn't seem like she got too caught up in a massive process or anything like that. She was relaxed, confident, and let her swimming do the talking.
That's such an exciting thing for these young athletes, that they can bring that approach to the race and not overcomplicate things at such a young age is really an exciting way to be racing. And even more so when they start to add in what that tactics can look like, what the opportunity for the future is really, really bright. So with that, we'll conclude the action in the 5 kilometers with some great shots of these young athletes, and I'm excited to call the action in the 7.5 kilometers with you, Alice.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to it. It's gonna be really good. We've had some really good racing in both the 10 and the 5, and now the 7.5 is gonna be a really interesting one.
So wherever you tuned in around the world, be sure to get ready to watch the 7.5 kilometers for the boys 16, 17 years and the girls 16, 17 years. And we'll quickly review a result summary. Once again, Jonas Lech taking out the gold medal for Germany in the boys 5 kilometers. Krez of Hungary in second, and the European junior champion Kyriakis of Greece in third. We move through the top 20. It was one of the early leaders in Nagakawa of Japan that finished in 14th. A lot of support for Kellen Jones, the South African, that finished in 11th, 1 hour 20 seconds. So pretty fast going by these athletes. And good to see the depth running through that top 30 with many federations represented. We'll have our medal presentation at the conclusion of the 7.5 kilometers.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Oh, okay. Sure. No, no stress. I can try moving the mic closer to my mouth. I don't know.
14, 15 years. 5 kilometers. Medals and gifts will be presented by the World Aquatics Technical Open Water Swimming Committee Secretary John West. Winner of the bronze medal representing Greece, Konstantinos Chourdakis. Winner of the silver medal representing Hungary, Balin Kreitz.
And we're just seeing the medal ceremony of the boys 5K at the moment. Just absolutely fantastic effort from all of the athletes, and it's great to see them getting that commemorized with a medal for all of the hard work that they put in during that race. And we see another medal here for Hungary. Absolutely fantastic open water swimming nation historically, but especially at the moment with so many amazing athletes.
Gold medal and world junior champion representing Germany, Jonah Jeske.
And here we see Jonas Lesch take on his gold medal after an outstanding last 800 meters to get a substantial lead into the finish. There'll be a lot of pride going through their hearts at the moment, as there should be. You know, winning a World Junior medal is something that a lot of people have been contending for, as you can see at this competition.
And now please stand for the national anthem of Germany. Alghero, please make some noise for your Junior World Championships medalist.
Seeing a great photo opportunity for the athletes here. As me and Will was saying before, you know, these are memories that really stick with you as you grow up and as you develop in the sport, that you'll always be World Junior Champion. We'll hopefully get to see all three of these boys back in action tomorrow, and hopefully again in the mixed relay as well. There's still so much amazing racing to happen. We've got the 7.5K for the boys and girls coming up in the next 45 minutes, and then followed by the 3K knockout tomorrow and the mixed relays on Sunday. And we'll shortly have the medal ceremony for the girls 5K, where we'll see America, Hungary, and Italy take to the podium.
The medals for the girls 14, 15 years, 5 kilometers. Winner of the bronze medal representing Italy, Maila Spennato.
We see another great medal for Italy here, for Milo Spinato, who has put down An amazing effort in that race. She led on the second lap and ended up putting in a 10-second lead at a certain point. However, as always with junior swimming, things develop and change, and she still finishes with a fantastic bronze medal.
Anna Bartalos.
It's great to see the camaraderie and companionship amongst the swimmers here. These are, as I'm saying, great memories to be made, and hopefully make some friends along the way from loads of different countries around the world. Bartalos also put down an incredible effort, as all three of these athletes did, swimming away very early on in the race. And here we see the gold medal winner just coming out.
Representing United States of America, Brinkley Hansen.
Brinkley had an absolutely incredible swim, paced herself at the start and ended up leading on the last lap, put in a decent amount of distance to take the win. And you know, all three of these girls are very, very fast swimmers. Are very excited to see what the future is for them. And we see another gold medal in the girls' events for America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the United States of America. Alghero, make some noise for your Junior World Championships medalists.
Amazing to see what this means to Brinkley Hansen for getting that win there. As always, it's fantastic to see juniors racing in such a competitive way. We've still got the 7.5K to come this afternoon. Stay with us. We'll leave you here, but thank you for joining us, and as always, cheering on your countries and your nations. It's fantastic to see such a great community in open water.
Your attention, please. We inform all the coaches and swimmers that buses for the hotel are now departing from the beach parking.
Just like fire, burning up away. If I can light the world up for just one day, watch this madness, gonna push your way. No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like magic, I'll be flying free. I'ma disappear when they come for me.
So welcome back to the action here in Alghero, Italy, for the 7.5 kilometers of the World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. This event is very exciting. Some superstars of the sport's next generation ready to line up and race the 7.5 kilometer distance. We move back still to this course and joined once more on commentary by Alice Dormer. Alice, we've been circling this race since the start of competition. Is it time to get excited about what lies ahead?
Yes, yeah. I'm excited for this one. Claire Weinstein coming back in after an amazing Olympic Games at 17 years old, 4x200 silver medalist. She can swim 154 200. She's had some amazing 10Ks at the senior stage in the past. So I'll be really interested to see how she kind of takes on this race. I really feel like she's the one that the rest of the competitors need to watch out for.
I think there'll be a lot of athletes just hoping to stick with Claire Weinstein off that start line. If she's able to use any of that speed, it'll be very hard to keep in touch with the young American. But equally so exciting, the men's 7.5 kilometers, a world title on the line. Imafuku looms large as one to watch for Japan, recently breaking the championship record at the Junior Pan Pacific Championships, where he went 14:59.9, breaking the record previously held by Bobby Fink. In fact, coming home in that race 27-0 on that finish line. So potentially, Alice, we could be seeing a race shape up like we saw in the 5 kilometers, with a pack race in the men's and a all-out sprint in the women's. But we start to introduce these athletes in the men's 7.5 kilometers, and equally as exciting in this field.
Yes, definitely. I'm really excited to see how Imafuku takes on this race. He's the speed is just so great, but of course it's still a 7.5K race. There's still a lot of tactics that go into that. Whether he decides to sit back or take it from the front is yet to be seen. Of course, there's still some other great swimmers in the race who we need to watch out for, like Davide Grossi. He was second in the 5K in 2022 at World Junior Open Water, and he came 9th at European Juniors in this event. As we've seen from the Italians, they're swimming strong. You know, they've got kind of a home advantage, some beautiful water. I imagine the conditions have stayed the same. It doesn't seem like it's windy or anything like that, so it looks like it should be smooth sailing for the athletes this afternoon.
Yeah, it's an exciting prospect, and it really does lend its hand to those fast pool swimmers we see, Lucas the Mackerel Fackrell introduced for Australia. He is lightning fast as well, 149 on the 200 freestyle. So there's a fair bit of speed in this field. But you know what's equally as exciting is seeing the enjoyment on these athletes as they get ready to take to the water.
Yes, absolutely. This is that's what I was saying a little bit earlier. You need to enjoy these moments. They come and they go very quickly. Especially being a junior, you only get 1 year. You only get it once every 2 years to swim in that age group and that category. So this is the only chance you'll get for the 7.5. And there's some amazing opportunities to be taken and to be won. And but at the same time, you need to enjoy the moment.
One of the athletes that we'll be keeping an eye on as well is Albarak of Turkey. He won World Juniors Europeans by 50 seconds. That's a substantial gap to the rest of the field, and a lot of those athletes racing once again in this race. So we mentioned in the 5 kilometers the speed that the Turks can bring to this race, and I've been sure to be watching Albarak as potentially one of those athletes that can take home gold for the Turkish Federation.
Yes, yeah. He also swam in the 10K and the 1500 in Paris. So we're seeing another athlete with Olympic experience already, aged 16/17. It's just so young to be getting such good experience. And this is the kind of stuff that carries you through to LA, to 2032. And it really starts to pay dividends because the Olympics are so unique for their for the way it is. Like, I personally underestimated it as I went into it, and you feel how different it is. You feel that it's levels above a world championships, and the level of pressure that you place on yourself is something else. So to have an athlete already experience that, I'm really excited to see what his future will be in distance swimming.
Yeah, and it's been an especially tough couple of months for Albarak. He unfortunately did not finish a DNF at the recent Olympic Games, and I'm sure it would have taken a lot of courage to bounce back from that and get ready to race here in Alghero, Italy. And hopefully he's saved his best for last of the season with what could potentially be a World Junior title. As we continue to meet some of our athletes, this is one of the star-studded fields of the meet, Alice.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on that point about Albarak with the DNF in Paris, we have to say that was the hardest race of open water that I've ever witnessed at that level. It was tough. It was fast. There were a few DNFs, especially from the men's race, and it's learning lessons for all of these athletes. Come LA, I think that will be a very different story. If he qualifies, 4 years is still a substantial amount of time, but there's clearly passion and drive in there to bounce back so quickly within I think it's just about a month now since they competed. So to already be back training and back competing at a World Championships is testament to his character.
Some of the athletes just introduced: Marti Kapadi of Hungary, Luke Higgs of Australia. Kapadi was second at Junior European Champs, behind obviously Albarak, and Luke Higgs, he's been one that I've kept an eye on for Australia on the rise. He has continued to dominate at a local level. So Higgs, among others, are definitely getting that opportunity to race on this international stage, many for the first time. And what is obviously a very exciting prospect of talent gets to come to fruition as we get to see who is the best junior in the world. And Alice, I did have a quick question, of course. When we see these talented age groups come through, as we have this 16, 17 years, do you find that the sort of competitive pressure that allows through the junior ranks then suits them well when they come to that top level?
Yes, yeah. What comes with junior swimming is just exposure to open water races, to events that are put on like this, where you have to be in the call room half an hour before the race starts. And that sounds really early, but trust me, that half an hour goes very quickly. And it's just learning that you can't always rely on your coach. There's not always the comfortable setting that maybe your coach is there with you. Sometimes other coaches get taken by the federation, and you kind of have to learn how competitions work. and especially for open water, there's a specific kind of nature to them, which carries through from World Juniors to World Championships to Olympic Games, and it's a great time and a great opportunity to immerse these athletes in that environment.
Great time once more to be a fan of open water swimming, as we have our 16, 17 years boys in the 7.5 kilometers on that starting pontoon. We know just how dramatic these race starts can be as we move into the hands of the starters. The enthusiasm has never been higher. The flag is raised. And the boys are off here in Alghero, Italy. This is the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. The boys 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers in the water. One of the deepest fields that we've seen race thus far, and it is a chaotic start here, Alice.
Yeah, I was just looking at that pontoon as it was like leaning forward, and the balance and the core strength and like the engagement of your calves and your hamstrings into not falling in the water is always something that I kind of marvel at. Like I did it myself, but watching it, you're like, oh wow, it's really, really tense up there. So good to see that everyone got away cleanly, and yeah, it's already looking like a fast start.
It's going to be an exciting race to watch here on day 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. These athletes will take to the water 4 laps of a 1.87 kilometer loop. So they've just extended those turn cans ever so slightly. 705 meter long leg, 233 meters remains the distance between the turn cans. Out in front looks like Lucas Fackrell of Australia just off the line. But the key to the start here is really just making sure that you get a clean and safe start. Making sure to avoid any of that early contact and hoping to get away through that turn in hopefully the top 10 for a lot of these athletes.
Yes, you're totally right. With races like this where you've got like a lot of swimmers and a lot of it will be slightly unknown, you just want to make sure you're in front, that you don't get stuck behind anybody that you are faster than and that they get dropped off and then all of a sudden you're having to bridge like a 20-meter gap or something like that.
So as these boys get underway here in the 7.5 kilometers for the 16, 17 years, we see the start of our women's race starting to be introduced. We've talked a lot about the heavy favorite going into that race in Claire Weinstein, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Weinstein as we get ready to start that race. This is the first turn can on lap 1 of 4 of the 7.5 kilometers. We've had a bit of a lead change, of course, very early days, but one of our favorites, the Greek cap out in front in that light blue. It's always easy to spot those Greek swimmers, and we're very happy the way the Federation have picked those cap colors.
Yeah, big shout out to Greece for that. It's definitely makes our job a lot easier.
So as these girls start to walk out, the 7.5 kilometers lies ahead for them. We also, need to take note that they will be racing at the same time as the boys race. So that played an impact on the 5 kilometers for the girls as they actually overtook some of these back-end swimmers for the men. But potentially we could see the other way happening in this race, where that lead pack of boys might have the opportunity to catch up to the front pack of the girls' race. But really, it's hard to tell at these points of a race, and there's a lot to play out. But certainly early on, it's a very different race to what we saw in the boys' 5 kilometers.
Yes, definitely. It looks like the Greek swimmer is going for it at the moment. We will bring you their name as soon as we're aware. But yeah, it's sort of, I've been saying it's just so fun to see the diversity in the races in terms of the distance, but also how they are raced as well. We see someone here like committing to it, wanting to go for it, kind of similar to the 10K, looking to drop people as soon as possible, thin out the pack, increase your chances of not having to do a mad dash at the end, and have photo finishes where we're not sure who won.
So the field for the girls, 7.5 kilometers, Just the final athletes being introduced to the pontoon. This is an impressive start. I believe that's Koulagakis of Greece leading the way. We'll get an update shortly. It's a nice stroke out in front. I would like to see a little bit more connectivity between the two arm strokes, but he's making it look easy early on. And that head lift being very naturally incorporated into the sighting of these boys. But the conditions are really turning it on here on day 2. It's a very different day to what we saw yesterday in the 10 kilometers. And I'm sure that's going to have to play a part, on how these athletes approach this race.
Yes, it allows for a lot of speed to be injected into the races where swimmers can swim away from packs with more ease than if it was wavy or choppy. As you can see, the water's it's beautiful. It's like clear, nice and flat. Just kind of looks like a swimming pool at this point with a little bit more texture. But yeah, we're just about to start the girls here.
So in the hands of the starters now. A big field taking to the water. This is the girls, 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. You can see the impact that's having on the starting pontoon. The starters flag has been raised as we get ready. A little bit of an error there by some of these athletes. That's okay. We'll move back to the starters and underway. And you see the impact that starting platform has on some of our officials, unfortunately taking a bit of a tumble there, as you can imagine.
It's tough. It's tough, yeah. Just being stood on that, you've got the weight of 40 athletes stood all leaning over one point. And then once they suddenly go, they'll all push back, and it creates a ripple effect. It's physics. So I hope they're okay. I would say the officials have been really good with the start, and kind of being forgiving of incidences happening, especially at the junior stage when this might be the first time starting on a pontoon like that. It's not easy to balance on. It's really, really tough, and you have to have a very, very good base, and it can really put you off balance. So yeah, I think it's been handled very well.
Yeah, all credit goes to our technical officials. I think that was unfortunately John West, a great man and a great contributor to open water swimming around the world. But good to see them just letting these athletes get stuck into the race. A minute into this girls' race, as we mentioned, for the boys, 4 laps of a 1.87 kilometer loop here to make up that 7.5 kilometers for racing. We move back to the lead of the boys' race. Still is our Greek leader leading the way, but they're certainly well and truly into their stroke here and looking very comfortable.
Yes, yeah, it looks like a good formation here. I would say the swimmer at the top end in the white hat. If I was him, I'd personally just cut over and get on someone's feet, get on someone's hip. He's doing a lot of the work by himself, and there's no benefit of it at the moment unless he's really trying to overtake. But even if you're trying to overtake, you're better off sticking behind someone, then getting onto their hip, and then getting onto the feet of the person in front of you, and then onto their hip. Like kind of working yourself through a process. Just conserves energy and makes your life a lot easier.
So we're seeing this little breakaway start to form here at the start of this men's 7.5 kilometers. You can see in between about 6th and 7th swimmer, there's just a body length gap that's shaping up there. The pace is well and truly on in this opening lap, but I guess, Alice, take our viewers around the world into what that would be experiencing for the athletes that's sitting around that 10th mark that need to make that bridge across in order to stay in contention for medals at this early stage of the race. How would you be feeling? And it's going to take one athlete to really commit to joining that group together, and obviously that takes a toll on their performance.
Yeah, massively. And it's about kind of either at a certain point cutting your losses, or just understanding that you really need to move yourself back up into that point, back up to the person in front of his feet, into that pack, because otherwise the race might be over. You might be trying to judge it. Obviously, you don't want to panic. You don't want to panic and stress yourself out because that just spikes your heart rate. But that is a substantial gap. And I was just about to say that you could maybe hope that when it goes around the buoy, the leader pack, that it kind of gets bunched up and slows down. But they still carried the speed through the buoy, and there weren't enough people for it to slow down drastically. So yeah, there is someone trying to bridge it now. He's working very hard. As always, you want to find the white water as soon as possible. So if I was him, I'd immediately, he's catching him up now, but cut over to the other white hat that's just in front of him and just find those feet, and it makes your life so much easier. We still see the white hat at the top swimming by himself, and he's got someone behind him as well, so we kind of got like, he's not far off the group, but just find him in his own water, which I understand at this point doesn't want to get caught up in the wash, and he's kind of converging on them now.
That was excellently discussed and called through that turn buoy there, to see the action play out over the drone, see the gap open and then shut very quickly is very interesting for those spectators worldwide to know that you certainly don't want to panic in those situations. Just trust the training that you've gone through. Understand that it's not necessarily the way that you wanted it to play out, but back yourself in and back the pace to be able to jump across and really use those skills as well. But it's still, this lead pack is well and truly established over what that chase group is. It was split in two, now into one, and I believe it's Kouligakis. No, sorry, there we go, Serentakis leading the way.
Yeah, and just on what you're saying about not panicking, you're so right. It's open waters. You very rarely have a perfect race. You can't dictate exactly how the race will go, especially if you're not willing to lead. You're kind of at the mercy of the pace of other people, of other athletes, what they want to do and how they want to play it. So if you're willing to kind of risk it and play at the back, you need to be prepared to inject those bursts of speed wherever and whenever they need to be there. You can't just save it all for the end, because if you just keep conserving your energy for the end, that's when you're not in contention for, top 10 or top 5 or top 3, whatever that may be for you. So it's kind of, sometimes it's like cutting your losses, but most of the time and every time it is always worth committing to bridging a gap to get back to that lead pack, because once you're there, and it's a lot harder to be dropped.
So we're following the action here of our lead group. This is the boys 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometer world title on the line. The opening lap of 4 with these long straights. It's a very different race setup than what we saw conducted in Paris. Alghero of Turkey starting to move through. He's one of those athletes that's been able to experience high-level open water swimming, and I'm sure he'd be very happy not to have the likes of Christoph Rozowski or David Bethlehem at the front of this race driving the pace.
Yes, yeah. Speaking from experience, from having the luxury of being able to be a junior swimmer but have senior competition and senior experience, when you come back to a junior race, especially off the back of something like the Paris Olympics, coming back to a junior race, this will feel, even though it's fast, it will feel a lot lighter. You'll be more confident in yourself, especially having the fact that you won European Juniors this year. It will be more relaxed for him, essentially. So I really hope he takes this moment to enjoy it, enjoy the swim. It's 7.5k, it's not 10k, it's already 2.5k less. That does mean there's less time to play with, but it also means it's shorter, so you can pack more into it.
Similarly though, Alice, I remember when I came back from international competition, going back into local racing, you really do back your ability to swim strongly, but also it's almost sometimes a false sense of security as to how strongly you can swim. So you commit really hard early, and it does take a toll in the back end of a race. So I hope that Alghero isn't too confident in his ability and swims to his race, but regardless, you can ensure, especially coming from that Turkey Swimming Federation, that they would be well prepared.
Yes, yeah, and I totally know what you mean. Yeah, you don't want to take anything for granted, and this is my point. There's still so many amazing athletes in this field, like Imafuku, and of course swimming next to the Greek swimmer at the moment. Like they're both driving the pace, and I guess like both competing to want to lead, which is fun to see. You know, they're not. Neither of them are really working off each other. No one's sat on the hip or anything like that. They're just kind of swimming next to each other, driving each other along. So just a quick look over his shoulder there, see what the pack's doing. They have already made a substantial lead over a majority of the field. So I can see more swimmers kind of falling off this pace eventually. It's clearly red hot.
Yeah, and it's creating exciting races. I didn't expect it to split out this early. I knew that there was a lot of good swimmers out in front, but Takis of Greece really laying down the pace early. It's unlike Greece open water swimmers to lead from the front, but clearly Takis has come in with the intent to push that pace and potentially, you know, those longer, harder races falling into his hand, which is where we've seen Greek swimmers really stand up in the past.
Yeah, I'm loving the like the effort from the Greek swimmers at this competition, because we saw a medal yesterday in the women's race, and we're seeing another great effort here. It's a country which I think has a lot of talent, has a lot of potential, but we just don't see them on the podiums. And it's exciting to see that talent coming through. It's the same with Turkey as well. Once this talent starts to feed up into the senior ranks, I think we'll have a big disruption of, you know, the traditional open water swimming countries kind of having their positions challenged a little bit. And I think this is what's so exciting about this sport, is that more and more countries each year are committing time, resources and effort into creating some amazing swimmers.
Well, you talked yesterday, Alice, about the inspiration that 2012 provided for you with the likes of Kerry-Anne Payne from the GBR at the front of that race, and a legend of the sport, of course. And for Greece, Spiridon Giannottis is one of the goats for the men's races. We see a yellow card. I believe that's number 45.
Yes, that's the first one we've seen this weekend as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. 45, that is one of the Italians.
Is it the girls' race or the boys? It's the boys still, I think.
Yeah, I think this is still the boys' race. That's Lombardo of Italy getting the yellow card. But we were saying, of course, you do get these legendary sporting icons that really change the way that you view as a youngster. And obviously, for the likes of Sergei Kakis out in front, he would have looked up to Spiro as one of those legends to look to and look for inspiration.
Yes, definitely. You know, seeing your fellow countrymen go and do it, hearing the stories from their coaches who are able to, you know, tell the rest of the people in their country, like, this is how we're training, this is what we're doing. Seeing them at competitions, it can really lift you and show you that it is possible, that it can happen to people from your country, because sometimes it doesn't always feel like that. Even coming from Britain, a country which has like great infrastructure and great opportunities for sport. So yeah, I think across the world, especially looking towards the Turkish swimmers, I'm really excited to see the like translating into medals at the world stage, at the senior stage, would be fantastic for these youngsters.
So back to the women's race. I didn't expect it to be this close in this lap. It is spread out. I think that's Claire Weinstein sitting in second. And Alice, look how comfortable Claire Weinstein is sitting in second spot there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, that's... Wow.
That's comical.
I have stroke. Yeah, no, it is actually... Yeah, it is. It's crazy. Yeah, like you compare her stroke rate to the rest of the field. She's what I'm always terrible at calculating stroke rate like this, but probably a 35 stroke rate compared to the leader, who is at a 55 to 60 stroke rate. It's very interesting to see her racing like this. Actually, she's clearly biding her time. I'm very excited to see how she decides to change the race, because the moment she decides to up her stroke rate or up her leg kick, I think we'll see the nature of the race change completely.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting strategy, but of course, for Weinstein and America, it's not easy to get across and race a lot of these races, which are usually based out of Europe. So clearly just wanting some experience racing in that lead pack. But Albarak leads the men through the first of 4 laps. This is, of course, the 7.5 kilometers. This is one of our lead groups coming through. But Albarak looking the best. Kouligakis sitting second. Imifuku, one of those early favorites. Grossi is rounding out the top 4. So there are some big names in that top 10, in fact, as they roll through. And plenty of athletes still within that striking distance of the young Turkish swimmer that leads the way.
Yeah, that's a good sized pack to be moving through. It's the pace is still hot, so it's not like it's a comfortable, I'm just floating along, biding my time pace. He's Albarak's making a bit of a gap here, actually. Be interested to see if it can translate into anything substantial. But yeah, it looks comfortable so far. It looks like a lot bigger now that it's got away.
Well, Albarak leading the men's race, and in the women's race, we also had one of our Turkish swimmers leading the way. So potentially a strategy set out by their federation is go to the front, just sit there as long as you can, and we'll see how that plays out for them. It's something that we've seen David Bethlehem do and really turn that into his racing strategy, just sitting out in front for as long as possible, driving the pace for as long as everyone can hold on, and then hoping that he just draws the fatigue out of everyone else in the field. But it's not an easy strategy, and it certainly takes a lot of training to achieve that.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's swimming the event on hard mode. Always say this, I've always got so much respect for athletes who can do this and who can execute it, because it's not easy. You know, you're committing your body to, for this race, it'll be about an hour and a half. For the 10K, it's 2 hours to just be at threshold for basically the whole thing. And, you know, rely on tiring everybody else out. It's very, very impressive. It's tough racing.
Yeah, certainly not for the faint-hearted, just to go to the front of the race and try and stretch it out. A lot of athletes around the world, even accomplished open water athletes, would not be able to sit at the front of the race for very long at all. So it certainly has its benefits, though. You avoid a lot of the contact, especially around those turning buoys. But the physical toll it takes on you, especially on those final laps. And we were talking about it yesterday, Alice, but you always, when you're in that position out in front, you're trying to pull away from the field. And the most disheartening thing that you can see or feel is someone touching your feet or pulling up alongside you, because that almost makes like all the hard work was for nothing.
Yes, yeah, it's really mentally and physically tough when you feel that moment and you're like, okay. I'm swimming fast, but I'm not doing enough to get the lead that I want to get at this point. And sometimes, you know, when you get those moments, you're like, maybe I should just chill out for a second, because swimming at the front is always much harder than you think it is. Even when it can feel easy and light, you're still exerting a lot more energy than the swimmer swimming behind you. There's a lot of benefit from drafting, both like it's just easier, it makes swimming easier, and you have to put in less effort to go the same speed. So it's always a bit of a trade-off, but it is about trusting the training that you've done, and if you've trained to swim at the front, then commit to it and go for it.
That's great advice. You certainly can't do it half-hearted. Once you've committed, you've got to go from the very front. It looks like we just had a little bit of a lead change. I thought Claire Weinstein might have taken the lead in this females race. The 7.5 kilometers coming down to finish off lap number 1. There's still quite a dense leading group in this 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. Most of these athletes would have had the experience of racing on this level in 2022 at the Seychelles, so familiar somewhat to the expectations from the race, but of course 2 years is a long time, especially at 17 years of age.
Yeah, so much can change in those 2 years. And, we're talking like a substantial jump from the 5K to the 7.5. That's 150% of the race that you swam 2 years ago. So naturally, that comes with that. There would have been more training as you develop, as you grow into, your late teens, into early adulthood. And yeah, it's a challenging race. It's a challenging event. It sits in between the 2, the 5, and the 10. So, do you swim it more of a 10 or do you swim it more of a 5? Yeah. And I think that is Claire Weinstein just pulling in for it now. And I just must say, she's got a beautiful stroke.
Oh, it's so good. I remember watching Claire take out the World Cup in functional last year to round out the 2023 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Cup Series. And the way that she won that race is she sat back in the first lap of 6, and then in the second lap just moved to the front, and every lap just lifted the pace ever so slightly. And that was a star-studded lineup. A lot of the federations were using that race for qualification through to the World Championships, hence also the Olympic game qualifiers. So for Claire Weinstein to be able to do that was simply sensational. One of the craziest swims I've ever seen on the World Cup Series. And I remember we were talking prior to this meet kicking off, and I said watching Claire swim that race put it firmly in my brain that if she was to race at Tokyo, at Paris, she would have gone in as one of the favorites of the race. And I think 4 years out from a home Olympic Games for Claire Weinstein, she looms large as the heavy favorite.
Yeah, I was actually in that race as a swimmer, and I just remember thinking, what is this pace? Like, what is going on? Unfortunately, at the start, I got caught behind loads of bodies, and it's something that you said yesterday, that you can lose the race. You can't win the race from the start, but you can lose the race from the start. That was especially true for me in that race, unfortunately. But you're so right. It was a very, very big race. It was basically the Olympic qualification for a lot of federations, because once they move to the World Championships, they will qualify their athletes. So we see Claire Weinstein now pulling comfortably into the lead. Beautiful long stroke. It'll be interesting to see if she takes a feed here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Weinstein. The strategy that she employs, she comes in, takes the feed. That could have been the reason for the movement on that back straight. Really just taking her time there.
Yeah, she took a good long drink there. Yeah, making sure she gets as much as possible. She knew she had space to play with. I don't think anybody's going to be precious about trying to get in front of her. They probably want to swim off of her as much as possible. You're going to be well aware of the speed and the power that she has. There's no point maybe trying to tangle with her. Personally, I wouldn't. I'd be sat on those feet hoping for a free ride for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even really explain to everyone at home how incredibly wild it is just seeing Claire Weinstein sit at that low 30 stroke rate and just drag out this field. I mean, she is a sensational athlete, but there are sensational athletes throughout this entire field. To see her just so comfortably and in control of this race is truly a spectacle early on in what is this World Junior Championship title. So, I've been very impressed early on from Weinstein, but also the field making sure that it keeps tight, because we did mention that we thought that the field was going to stick around Weinstein and use that as an opportunity to push the pace. But this is certainly, again, expecting the unexpected.
Yes, yeah, I really can't wait to see where she takes this. At what point does she want to go? Will it be in the finish funnel? Will it be as late as that, or will it be a bit earlier on? I be interested to see how she plays, and of course she's doing the 3K knockout tomorrow, so I understand why she hasn't just gone for it at the start and committed to doing 7.5K hard. She probably, with that sprint at the end, she doesn't need to swim it on hard mode as long as she sticks with everybody and swims at the front and knows what's going on. It will be very challenging to beat her in a finish funnel with that kind of finishing speed. It's something that we've never seen in open water swimming at any level. I don't think relative to the men's race, I don't think we've had a man who swims a similar time to 1:54 as a woman, if that makes sense. And as far as I'm aware, we've never had a woman swim much faster than 2 minutes in the senior racing.
Yeah, it's bringing an extra element to the sport, and that's what those game changers really do. Pair that with the likes of Katie Grimes, who's obviously also an Olympic individual medalist in the pool in the 400 meters individual medley, and we have a very exciting prospect for what lies ahead. Moving now though to the lead of the boys 16-17 years 7.5 kilometers, we still see Albarak of Turkey leading the way ahead of that field, and you can see on this wide shot here the pace at which they are swimming at is starting to break some athletes, and that would be absolutely heartbreaking for these young athletes. They're just trying their very, very hardest to keep up with Albarak, but this is the way he wants to swim it. He won Euro Juniors by 50 seconds, and he's going to just hope that this pace just breaks off athletes one by one.
Yeah, you're so right about the athletes who are kind of falling off the back of this pace at the moment. It's a tough place to be in because you just start to slow down mentally, physically. It's tough. You're tired mentally. You're challenged. You have to really challenge yourself to still commit to swimming fast, because it'll get to a point where the pack behind you will have momentum. They'll be working together. They might end up swimming faster than you and might end up catching you up. And that is disheartening when you know that you were with the lead pack, you were stuck in there, the pace was a bit too fast for you, fall off that, and then you're caught in this kind of no man's zone where you're hoping no one else is coming too fast behind you to displace you further. But yeah, it's really challenging swimming.
Alice, there's been a lot of excitement, mainly from us, of course, about the 16-17 years age group, but there are some real superstars that are coming through this group. Do you think there's any reason as to why they've all sort of bunched up?
Oh yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. I always find swimming. I found it in Britain as well. I don't know so much about the world, but it kind of goes in waves where like one or two age groups are like really strong, and then there's one age group that's just not as strong for some reason, and it's like just only 1 year where it's just not as strong. Obviously, when I'm not talking about this in the sense of this competition, there's a lot of strong competition across all of the age groups, but it seems especially that the 7.5 has kind of like a bunched up like names where, you know, I thought Claire Weinstein would have been competing in the 10K just because I know how dominant she is. So I was like, oh, surely she's in the 10, but she's in the 7.5. Imafuku, who's swimming such a fast time in the pool, and Albarak as well. So yeah, we've seen a lot of potential future talent in this. We saw it in the 10, we saw it in the 5. It's just exciting to see, basically, as an open water swimming fan.
You are bang on once more. We see a bit of a change in second. I think that's our Spaniard sitting second now. But there's no questioning that lead sitting with Albarak. A little bit of a gap once again opening up from 4th to 5th. So these athletes use those turns. Hope they'll watch back this footage and see just exactly where those gaps open up. Because if we can see the gap from the broadcast, you can bet that the athletes in the water sense that opening start to shift, and it feels much bigger in the water than what it looks from broadcast.
Yes, yeah. If you're not right on someone's feet, you can really feel the difference, and you're constantly stroke by stroke just hoping that they come closer, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and it's really tough, but you still have to commit to it. You can't get disheartened. You know, it's a long race. We've still got just under an hour of swimming to go. I think they'll probably be hoping the pace lets off a little bit. I know I would be, but there'll be a few swimmers in there who want to keep it high, who want to keep it hot. Of course, Albarak is taking that on at the moment, but if you're sat in a position where it feels somewhat comfortable, it's still going to be very fast, but feeling somewhat comfortable, you'll hope it stays that way for a decent amount of time to drop more swimmers.
We saw at the end of lap 1, 17 athletes sat in this lead pack. The gap was 8.5 seconds from first to 17. I think those athletes have started to drop off like flies through this second lap. But it is Cristobal Vargas of Spain sitting in second now behind Albarak, who's just an absolute machine out in front. You can really see the efficiency in his stroke as he just pulls away with every stroke. This is like simply the amount of training that would have had to been done by Albarak to build this ability to race like this is sensational. So between him and Tunselli, Turkish swimming looking really bright future.
Yeah, I just want to maybe speculate and comment on roughly how much all of these athletes are probably going through week to week in terms of kilometers of training. It could most likely sit anywhere between 50 to 80k. Some of them might be going higher than that. I think at this young age, probably not. You know, we hear a lot of 100k weeks on the senior stages. I'm sure there will be some athletes who have probably touched into that already. Being a junior, I know some programs, you know, go very tough, quite hard, mentally and physically. It's kind of like do or die, like give it a go and see what happens. But I think as a base, there'll be at least 50k, and then I think anywhere up to 80. So you know, these are serious volumes that these athletes are completing week to week.
And something that, as we've mentioned previously, they continue to do later and later into their career as well. Now that there are becoming more avenues to compete in open water swimming, you can bet your bottom dollar that these athletes, some of them starting to endeavor on those 50, 80 plus K weeks from 15, 16, 17 years old. You could end up doing that until you're in your mid-30s, which is, as I think we've mentioned previously, very tough on the body, very tough on your shoulders. So that's why technique is very important, as is obviously your strength conditioning and all your prehab and rehab.
Yeah, absolutely. To any parents or fans, especially juniors watching back home, you know, I know your coach will be telling you, yeah, you need to do your TheraBand exercises, you need to do, you know, your scapular press-ups and stuff like that, making sure your shoulders are robust. Seriously, that stuff is really important. It keeps your body in good condition. You don't want to get to, you know, a pinnacle point in your career, whenever that may be, and be stopped by a shoulder injury, because like you can't swim with them. Like if it gets to a certain point where, you know, you can't put any power through that shoulder or whatever that may be, it's really challenging. So all of that work, all of that knowledge and experience which your coaches are passing on to you to keep your body in good condition will steer you well for the future.
I think that's always good advice, to listen to your coach. Even they say, you know, happy coach, happy life, pretty much. So, Alice, I did mean to ask, what every athlete that we've seen so far this week, we've talked about how hard they've worked. As a world junior champion yourself, what's the hardest set that you've done?
Oh my gosh, I repressed a lot of this, I'm not gonna lie. Like I remember we did 30 100s best average every Monday morning, and just recalling that, like, I still get anxiety Sunday night. Yeah, Monday morning, man. That was
is Sunday scary.
Like, yeah, I'd be sat there on a Sunday evening like, well, this is my life, like, just miserable, like 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, just miserable, dreading the next day. That's really stuck in my mind. A lot of them just creative pain is what I would like to call it. You know, stuff like multiple 800 swimming at threshold, lots of kick sets, lots of pull sets. One thing I would say I did do a lot as a junior was quite a lot of IM, and that's something that I really like to see in junior programs as much as possible, is IM, because it just develops all of your strokes, but all of the muscles that go into that as well, your cardiovascular system as well. It's so good for getting your heart rate up, and especially for distance free, it brings in a much needed variety, which I think always makes training more interesting, because I'll be honest, like, some of this training is boring. Like let's not lie about it. Like, some of it's not fun all the time, and when you get to have different elements brought into it, I think it can only enhance your physical and mental strength and capability.
That is a sensational point, and it's been a good thing about reviewing a lot of these athletes in preparation for the junior championships, is seeing they're not just good at freestyle, they're good at all the strokes. And as we come down to the halfway point. Albarak still leads for Turkey. He is one of those athletes. What a lightning fast feed station that was. I hope he got enough fluids down. As we saw,
quick,
17 athletes were in that lead pack in the opening lap. It's really started to whittle down here. Kulagakis is still sitting forward though.
Those gaps are lengthening out now. We saw about 12 people within 10 seconds, 8 to 10 seconds of the front pack going into the first lap, but now it's coming down quite quickly.
Yeah, we'll see how things shape up with 2 laps to swim here. This, of course, being the boys, 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers, Junior World Championships. It is going to be an exciting end to this race. So far, the race has sat with Kukulagakis of Greece, and almost for the last 30 minutes, it's been running through Albarak of Turkey, the junior European champion from this year. The race has lifted another gear once more. You can see it stretched out. So Albarak clearly studying from the book of David Bethlehem.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see races being taken on like this. You know, like I said, it's tough swimming. He wants to drop as many people. Clearly has the capabilities of it. You know, 50 seconds in front at European Junior Championships is a very, very impressive lead. The Spanish swimmer is not letting him have his own way though, which is good to see that there is still there's competition in this. It's not just going the way of one swimmer.
That's right. Working hard there is Vargas of Spain, sitting in just behind him, Kukulagakis of Greece. So still plenty of big names in contention here. I saw Imafuku pop his head up. We know that he's going to be fast through the final stages. But it's really impressive seeing the way that these strokes have developed for these athletes. You wouldn't be able to tell that they were 16, 17 years of age just from watching the way that they stroke. Oh, a bit of a gap opening up here, Alice.
Yes, yeah, in the women's race. Was this the boys' race? Sorry, we're still on the boys.
Still with the boys.
I was just excited to cut back to the women's. Yes, sorry, there's a gap, between third and fourth. And yeah, the pace is hot here. I think is it the Greek swimmer in third and then the Spanish? Yes, perfect, thank you. So yeah, it's a bit of a gap opening up here. Whoever's in fourth place, really put down a hard sprint. I know it's so much easier said than done. So it sounds like I'm being very flippant of their effort. They will be trying very hard, but you do not want to let this slip away from you too much. He's still quite on it, and we've getting some boat chop across the water right now. That's why it's gone a bit wavy. That might actually help fourth place get back into it if they can. I'm not sure if that's Imafuku or not. But yeah, put down a good effort.
Yeah. I tell you what though, there's nothing more annoying than when you're putting in a hard sprint and one of the safety boats.
Yeah, we'd often get out and be like, do you remember on lap 3 when that boat cut across us? And I was always like kind of just didn't realize it was the safety boats. If I'm being completely honest, I was like, why did that happen? It just seems very naive of me. And then someone told me, it's the boats like cutting across the course. I was like, oh, this was obviously when I was quite a bit younger. So yeah, it is frustrating. I remember swimming one race where an oil tanker came through. It was in Setúbal in maybe 2018. And this oil tanker came through, or a freight tanker, I should say, a big shipping ship, and it caused waves on the course for like a good 5 minutes, and we were just sat like bouncing around.
Well, Setúbal, famously a very hard course to race. I remember when I raced there a few years ago now, it was the craziest current down the far end of the course as you move from one side of the Pacific Ocean past a river mouth, and the water movement through there is really challenging on how open water athletes manage those sort of experiences.
Yes, Setúbal, Portugal, it is one of those classic open water races where, like, this is open water swimming, like the old school. I've actually swum my fastest ever 10K there because of those currents. I don't know how it worked, but at one point we had the current working with us both ways around the course, so we didn't actually have to swim into it too much. I think the men swam it in something crazy like 135 and the women in 145. I remember getting towards the end of the course and thinking, I have way too much energy right now, like what's happened? And then you touch the pad, you get out and you read the time and you're like, oh okay, yeah, it's because the race was like 15 minutes shorter than normal because of the current.
Yeah, it's a nice way to finish those races, especially mostly of those races swum in wetsuits, so you're extra buoyant, extra fast, and it's always it's one of those races where you have to make sure your head's on the swivel because those leads come from the start of the race. Instead of racing a 10k, it's almost like you're racing a 7.5 with the speed that those races are swum at. But
Certainly.
we go back to the lead of the girls, 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers, and we see Claire Weinstein in that beautiful long stroke out in the front for the USA. Alice, I'm intrigued. How would you develop a stroke like Claire Weinstein?
Oh wow. Sometimes for it's just luck of the draw with an athlete that is capable of having that power, having that length and strength, and she is most likely very naturally talented and very hardworking. So it's that perfect combination of honing her stroke over a number of years. And I think this is sometimes the one drawback of swimming as a sport is that you do have to start that development early. From like 8 or 9 years old, where you're teaching like this is how you swim your stroke, this is what you do, and then as you get older and as your body changes, you can change your stroke to match that or to match your event. But there does need to be that like kind of baseline technique and endurance that's put into you at the eldest. It's normally like 11 years old, and sometimes I've even heard some coaches say that that's too late. So sometimes I think that's the one unfortunate thing about swimming is that it really requires you to be locked in from an early age.
And clearly the work has been paying off for Weinstein. She's really starting to broaden her horizon here as a young athlete. If you were competing against Weinstein here, because there is a bunch of athletes still in this front pack, how would you be hoping to take the gold medal away potentially from Claire Weinstein? What sort of strategy are you using to come over the top of the US?
Okay, so already you need to think that you can beat her, and that is like her accolades already are just so strong at such a young age. So you already need to have the confidence that you can beat her. Once you've got that, I'm trying to think of a way, because she's going to outsprint the majority of these girls, and she clearly has endurance because of the 10Ks that she swam previously. So I don't know if you can out threshold her. I think that would be the only way. Basically, I don't think you want to be in the finish funnel with a head-to-head with her, because 155 is fast. Like, to qualify for the American 4x2 team is another world of like amazing athlete.
Well, individually as well, finishing second in that 200.
Yes.
So it's very impressive, and it looks like she's putting on a little bit of a move here as she comes through to this feeding zone. Lap 2 complete for the girls, 16, 17 years. For athletes like Weinstein, who do have that very quick pull speed, I've always found it beneficial to make it a very physical race. That doesn't mean that you're over physical, and you're not certainly trying to impede their stroke, but you need it to be in and amongst it, making them uncomfortable, making sure that Weinstein, who has that long and lovely stroke, isn't able to just maintain that pace and stretch the energy out of all the other athletes. So for her to be out in front leading the way she is why we're so excited, because we know from this point in the race it's going to be very hard to come over the top of Weinstein. But in second, we've had a mover.
Yes, yeah, we've got Daisy Collins from the USA. I did love that she was just sat next to Claire. Very smart, I think I would be looking to find her feet, looking to find her hip, wanting to be that swimmer that swims off of her because she's tall. It would be perfect to just sitting behind her. She'll have a nice draft that you can enjoy for a while. And it looks like Claire's just slotted back into third at the moment.
Yeah, those are well, as we saw Daisy move through there for the USA. She skipped the feed, in fact, and just went right to the lead of the race. So, as we've mentioned, these tactics very important to move forward. It's very hard to move through the field on one of those long straights, but the pace has been applied here early in this third lap. A bit of a separation from 7th to 8th in this lead group. And we'll see how this plays out for Collins, who's come through that feeding station with intent. The black USA cap to Claire Weinstein's white USA cap, sitting currently in third position.
Yeah, I have to comment for the other swimmers. This is still great racing from everybody else. You know, we've got some fantastic swimmers still competing in this. The Turkish girl, Ergadan, she has competed at this level a lot. I'm just trying to pull up her stats. Oh wait, sorry. There's two Turkish girls in this race with the same last name and very similar first name. So you've got Tuna Ergadan and Talia Ergadan. We have Talia, who's at the front at the moment, and Tuna, who won silver in the 5K in 2022, who was 4 seconds behind Weinstein at that point. So there's a lot of experience in this field, and you've got Noah Martin from Greece.
Yeah.
Oh yes, no, not Greece. Sorry, Spain. Noah Martin from Spain, who got bronze in the 5K in 2022 and was also 13 seconds behind Weinstein there. So these girls have raced together before, and I think this is what's so exciting about the 7.5 is that there is experience now, but it's not as experienced as the 10. So it sits in this middle point where, yes, we've raced together 2 years ago. How's everything developed now? What's going on?
Yeah, and I think they would have taken those lessons from last time, and you know, if we were going to ask anyone how to beat Claire Weinstein, I'm sure they've studied on what to do there. Collins, though, leads the way. You were mentioning before, she is quite a tall athlete, and using that length in the stroke to hold this lead early in the third lap.
Yes, yeah, her stroke's still looking strong, still looking smooth. Moving through the waters, moving back into second position as well now, taking the feet of Daisy Collins, kind of edging the Spanish swimmer, edging Noah out of that position. So again, just great swimming from her to make things as easy as possible for her this early on.
Yeah, she looks fantastic out in front. So we saw a bit of a gap opening up from 7th to 8th. It's just holding ever so slightly, but that was a good example of how to use a turn can to jump across back to the pack. That deficit has been eliminated through some smart work around the cans. We move now back to the lead of the men's race as they start to make their way back. This is lap 3 of 4, so the pace would be starting to come on. There's about 2.5 kilometers left in the boys' 7.5 kilometers. Out in front, it is still Alghero, really looking very good. We still have our Spaniard in second in Vargas, and it looks like it's Kukagagalis of Greece in third. So not a lot of movement, but that, of course, Alice, is due to the pace that's been thrown down by Alghero on the lead.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to overtake in positions like this when everybody's swimming as fast as they can, basically. He's put down a fast pace. The group is thinning out a lot. The pack has thinned out a lot since we last saw it. And next time they go through the feeding station, there'll be larger gaps from swimmer to swimmer.
So from this point, 2.5 kilometers to swim for Alghero. Do you like his chances to take gold? Do you think there's anyone that's looking very comfortable in those minor positions currently, or do you think someone can come from even further back?
This is always so tough to call with juniors. I think if this was, if we were looking at Krzysztof Rosowski, it would be kind of a different story in a 10K. I feel very confident for Alghero, especially with his history of qualifying for the Olympic Games in both the 10 and the 15. that requires you to be fast in the pool and also like good enough to be at least top 20 in the marathon swim in open water. So, you know, that's a very, very competitive athlete. But it's tough, you know, there's like maybe 5 or 6. Let's see how many keep coming onto the screen. Okay, so there's 6 of them in a line that have like a clear separation now, but it is like feet to feet, like feet to hand at this point, just like all trying to stay on the line and not get dropped.
A very stressful way to race. And that's what Albarak would be playing into. We mentioned the mental games that he would be hoping to play on the athletes in the back of the field, because he's continuously increasing that pace and just making sure with that high stroke rate that he's always engaged. What that creates is a doubt in the athletes that are sitting behind him. Oh, I'm not sure if I can find another gear. I can't move past the swimmer in front of me. I'm giving it my all. And then usually that mental toll that's applied to that race ultimately leads to the burnout.
Yes, definitely. A big part of open water racing is having the belief that you can do it and it's going to be okay. There's a lot of training that goes into this, but even still, you find yourself in a race and doubt will happen. We're seeing the Turkish swimmer come up on the hip
I
of
think that's
the Greek swimmer there.
Okan of Turkey.
So. Yes, I think, Atakan. He came third at European Juniors in the 10K this year. In the 7.5K this year, and was also 11th in the 5 kilometers in 2022. So we had 2 Turkish swimmers on the podium at European Juniors. They'll be looking to recreate something very similar. He's looking strong here. He's moving up onto the hip, probably looking to climb the ladder, as I should say. He'll be well aware of Albarak's intent and probably is aware maybe that another pace injection is coming going into the last lap. That would happen naturally anyway, but he's very clearly wanting to get into a certain position to make sure he doesn't get dropped at any point.
Well, that's an interesting point, Alice, because we were talking earlier in the race about how important it is to stay on those feet, but equally it's very difficult once those athletes start moving onto your hip. You have to make that decision. Do you move away to give yourself the ability to swim forward without dragging someone through on your hip and give up those feet, or do you stay on those feet and potentially help someone climb the ladder, as you mentioned? So I'm sure Kakagolakis would be absolutely in a world of pain at the moment with a lap to go, and these again plays to that mental game that this race can provide.
Yes, yeah, it is. It's annoying when that happens to you, but I think always in those situations, it's worth sticking to the person's feet in front of you, and letting that draft happen, and just kind of accepting, you know, if this person ends up pulling in front of me, okay, at least they're swimming faster than me. It looks like they're well aware that the pace is hot and they don't want to get dropped. So if they're going to get in front of me and allow me to draft off of them at some point, fine. I think that's what he's trying to do at the moment. I think that's what he's trying to commit to. And yeah, we're seeing him trying to pull in front at the moment and get the feet of the Spanish swimmer. You don't want to slow down and let them do it, but if they do get in front of you, I always think it's just kind of worth letting it happen, especially if you can't really keep with the pace anymore. I'm not sure if that's the case for the Greek swimmer, but it's very fast, and he's been putting in a very hard effort for a long time now.
So at the end of lap number 2, we had a lead pack of about 9-ish. Maybe we could go down to 11, but there was a gap from 9 to 11. This pack has been whittled down now to 6 athletes. Imafuku was sitting 7th on the end of last lap. I think he's managed to stay there in 5th position at the moment. We'll get an update very shortly. Albarak is playing some mind games with this line. He keeps going very close to the shore. But here we go. 1 lap to swim, Alice. Anyone can race. Anyone can win this race from this top pack of 6 athletes. It's going to be an interesting race playing out over the next 20 minutes.
Yes, definitely. It's a fast pace, as you can see. Like, so many swimmers have been dropped this last lap. It's very, very drastically different to what we saw previously. not many nations holding out well, I guess there aren't many people to come through at the moment, but a few holding out their feelings polls. Will be interesting if anyone takes it. Oh, interesting. Okay, fair. It took a tiny bit and went. Yeah, fair enough. Is confident in his ability to be able to have that time and still be in the lead and still win the race. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'd love to have that confidence this late into a race. Albarak is set up well here. It is a lead pack of 6. Imafuku not in there, sitting 8th at the moment. Kapati as well out. He was an early leader. So Grossi, Studer, Erkan, Kalograkis, and Vargas join Albarak in that lead group. But a split happening here once again. Albarak has picked a line. He's committed to it. And there's a chase group that's on a different line. We'll see how this comes together on the turn cam. But a fiery start to lap 4.
Yeah, this is dangerous. The other split group, I really think I would like this. Albarak's line is cutting back over into them, but not at a fast enough rate that the other group should just keep holding their line. I think they probably should have jumped over a little bit earlier and just found those feet, because he is swimming the fastest. Like, no one's been able to overtake him for, what, 3 laps now? 2.5 laps? So, his draft and the draft that's coming off of the other swimmers behind him is the fastest in the race, and you want to be on that.
They're not jumping over yet, though. They back their ability. I think that sitting in 4th position currently, we have Grossi of Italy. So it's a big mover through that feeding station. How does it play out? They are back in alignment. A little bit of a gap still sitting between 3 and 4, but they should be able to shut that down. But Albarak just looks so strong out in front.
Yeah, he's been dominating the race for the past 40 minutes. This constant metronomic high stroke rate, powerful stroke, which is really pulling him through. And I feel like there's been a constant ever so slight gap between him and Vargas behind him. Like, Vargas isn't right on his feet. He could probably, if like, ideal world for him, he would be like probably, I don't know, 30 centimeters closer. Again, I'm being very picky, very pedantic, but it's just showing how fast Albarak is swimming that he hasn't let off it at like one moment.
I do like the way that Vargas is swimming, though. He, sitting in 2nd, doesn't look too uncomfortable. The pace is hot, that's no surprise, but Vargas still maintaining that nice long lope out in front, and potentially has another gear or two to lift on that final straight. So I think Albarak, if he's going to win, he's going to have to get a gap on this straight here. So 700 meters. Can Albarak pull away? And if so, I'd say that's going to be the gold medal. But if not, the rest of the field gets brought back into it. Erkan of Turkey is lifting now as well up onto the hip. He's done exactly as you asked, Alice. He's moving up on that ladder. Turkey are going to have 1-2 very shortly, but Vargas looms large as the party pooper for the Turkish Swimming Federation.
Yeah, this is great swimming. This is great pack swimming from Erkan here to just pull Vargas out of that sweet spot, being behind Albarak like that, and make it look so easy. Like, he's like, this is my space now. Like, thanks for keeping it warm for me, is basically what's happened here. Really, really impressive swimming. His stroke rate looks good as well. Like, I don't know how easy it has been for him. I don't know how comfortable he was sat back further back, but the burst of speed he just put in there, he would have had to have been swimming faster than Albarak to make that overtake happen. So I don't know whether he's just going to sit back for now, enjoy the draft of Albarak, enjoy the moment of, you know, I'm in 2nd place, I've got time to play with still, and maybe back himself to sprint past him at the finish.
Well, it's interesting to see, as we were talking about on lap 3, the different tactics to move across on that lap played out, as Vargas did not want to have Erkan on his hip and completely moved out of that way to let him through. But we'll check back in on the girls. 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. I think we've had Another lead change. It looks like Claire Weinstein back in charge here as they make their way back to to finish off lap 3.
Yeah, it's just seeing her long smooth stroke back in front at the moment. I'm not sure if that's still Daisy behind. It looks like a white hat, but it's hard to tell with the contrast of the light. But yeah, we've seen this at Claire of each lap actually. She's going into the going onto the straight into the feeding station. She has put in a burst of speed, got herself in front, taken a drink, and then allowed everybody to catch up and then sit back in behind them or just sit in front and take it easy, or take it what looks like she's swimming easy.
Yeah.
So I think it's very intentional each lap that she's doing this. Obviously, she backs herself for having the speed to be able to just comfortably get in front and dictate this straight of the race.
I'm sure Claire Weinstein, who's already a world junior champion, will look back fondly on these moments. It certainly won't be this easy to dictate the pace at an open level. Well, I say that, of course, with the knowledge of Claire Weinstein winning in Portugal last year by 1 minute and 13 seconds over the next competitor. So potentially Claire Weinstein can just win those races like that. But for now, it's even Stevens across this front pack. Weinstein leads, as you said, Daisy Collins of the USA in that black cap. So there's a bit to play out still here. I do think that Weinstein's in that strong position to take the race, but there's still plenty going on, or a little bit of a gap opening up here in that lead pack of 7.
Yeah, this is it's interesting. I think the pace it has increased. It has thinned out quite a lot from when we last saw it. Claire's still looking very smooth. You've got is it Daisy immediately behind her? I can't tell. It looks like a white hat, but I'm not sure.
No, I think Daisy's sitting in 3rd currently.
Oh, Daisy's in 3rd. Okay, cool. So hopefully get information on who the second swimmer is at the moment. It might be one of our Turkish competitors, but either way, the pack has thinned out quite a lot now, whether that's from fatigue or whether that's pace being injected in by Claire. I feel like Claire is kicking a little bit more than before, but you know, there's no way we're talking about a 200-meter 200-meter race kick here. It still looks steady. And honestly, I just want to say it's great to see the talent and effort coming from the American swimmers, especially the women, in all of these races. You know, we're looking like there's a strong chance of having a sweep of the individual events besides the 3K knockout until we find out tomorrow, of having the American girls top each event, which is must be the first time that's ever happened at a junior competition like this.
Yeah, it's certainly an exciting prospect. You add that to some of the legends that have come before them, and the USA would be very happy with their showing in the girls' open water swimming. I think looking at this stroke of Weinstein, you can just see how comfortable it is. But moving to second now, I believe that's Kajimoto of Japan, and you can just tell the difference in the stroke rate. Kajimoto about 20 centimeters shorter than Weinstein, and you can see the way that she's able to overcome that is with a really high stroke rate, and she's right on those feet. She would be getting sucked along by Claire Weinstein in that slipstream and maximizing the opportunity to move forward into the medals.
Yes, exactly. This is very smart racing from her, and again, it's great to see Japan up there, like contesting for the medals at this competition. But yeah, that's where I would want to be if I was swimming. It's like the ideal place, unless you're Claire Weinstein, obviously. If you're not Claire Weinstein, you want to be behind her and enjoy her draft, enjoy her speed, and then see what you can make happen at the end. You were totally right about saying, like, kind of disrupting her stroke. I suppose in a race like this, it is just so challenging, because the moment if you try to get up next to her and give her like try to bump into her or something like that, that's probably when you get handed a yellow card, as you should. So it's just the challenging nature of the race, where you haven't got bodies of people to like make it a disruptive race for her. It's felt very much controlled by her from the start.
Yeah, I mean, you've certainly been able to see it on the world scene as of the last couple of years. the likes of Florian Wellbrook. Oh, that is a well-established break now. I think that's Daisy Collins that's leading the chase group, in fact, in 7th position in that black cap. But we'll get an update very shortly as they come down to conclude lap 3 of 4. This is, of course, the girls 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. Claire Weinstein in the box seat. And as I was saying, Alice, we've seen on the world scene as of the last couple of years, swimmers like Florian Wellbrook, who have a similar setup to Claire Weinstein, a very long, fast pull stroke. They hate it when athletes come and sit in that slipstream on their hip. So if you have two athletes swimming from a close country or a training group, they'll come and try and sit on the hips of Wellbrook, and that makes his life a lot harder. And what it also does is the field knows that Wellbrook doesn't enjoy that experience, so it starts playing on his mind as well as his body, and that's what we've been talking about throughout the coverage. Is this race is not just physical but mental as well. And I'm sure, whilst I don't think it's possible today with Weinstein, there will be a point in time where these athletes learn how to swim around Claire Weinstein, and that's where we'll see some exciting finishes. But for now, we see Claire Weinstein leading with a lap to go. This again, the 7.5 kilometer world title on the line.
Yeah, one thing I just add to your point around swimmers kind of sitting on you and bothering you. You can't tell them to go away. Like, swimming, it's one of those, like, it's the plus side, I suppose, for the person who's doing it, and the negative side for the person who it's happening to is that you can't communicate go away. Like, it's unless you like bump into them or, you know, get physical back to them, but then you're wasting your own energy. So it's kind of like a win-win for the person who ends up sitting on your hip or something like that. Is because they can't even have like the negative repercussion of being like embarrassed by what they're doing unless the official deems it like too much.
Yeah, but you know, I'm sure I'm not the only open water swimmer that believes in good karma. It's not the best thing to be doing, is sitting on those hips. But as we say that though, Alice, Claire Weinstein just lifting ever so slightly, that kick that you were referring to starts to turn into a consistent 6 speed. This could be a move coming from Weinstein and Kajimoto in the box seat to move forward with her.
Yeah, I absolutely love this from Kajimoto. She has found a really, really great position in the race. Enjoying that 6-speed kick now. That will feel very, very nice for her. It will be getting a load of like basically air underneath her, uplifting her, allowing her stroke to flow a bit easier, and just continue taking that draft. The pack is getting drawn out even more. We're seeing 6th place now, a gap between 5th and 6th. I feel like there's a gap opening up between 2nd and 3rd. If that does develop through the lap, it's going to be a very, very tough finishing point for 3rd to 5th place. So yeah, there's a lot to play for all of the athletes at the moment.
It's a very exciting time to be watching along here in Alghero, Italy. Thanks for joining us for the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. We are about to crown 2 junior champions of the world. The girls sitting with Claire Weinstein. Will move back to the boys race very shortly, but Albarak still in control there. Weinstein, though, just winding it up as she comes down to turn back out for the final time. It's been a picturesque day 2, certainly a lot calmer than the opening day of competition. We've talked a number of times about what comes tomorrow. We're very excited about the 3-kilometer knockout, and Alice, Claire Weinstein certainly submitting her submission as one of the favorites for that race, but she'll have to go through her own countrywoman in Claire Stuhlmacher.
Yes, yeah, that's really going to be an exciting moment where we get to see all of the age groups race together. It's going to be especially hard for the 5k swimmers, I have to say. You know, there's quite a big gap in development between the 5k group and 7.5, and then the 7.5 to 10k, the development isn't as big a jump. So I think that's where we'll see the majority of the medalists come from. But I think there's a lot to play for at that race and at that event. And it's the first time we're ever seeing it. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to commentate on it. It's been a pleasure for all of it, of course, but it's really a special moment, and hopefully it can lead to many more competitions.
Well, world first innovation, and I'm sure the athletes are just excited to see how that plays out. We move back to the boys, 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. This is the final straight of the race. There is some chaos starting to unfold here. Kakoulakis of the Greek cap is starting to just pull into his own line. We don't see how that's lining up just yet. I think this is the only lap where it's definitely beneficial to be on that beach side. Out in front, still Albarak leading the way, and Erkan sitting in second, Alice.
Yes, yeah, this is this is always interesting when swimmers really commit to their own line. I've been there before in this position, and funnily enough, it's similar. You know, you've got 4 swimmers. Someone's going to be someone's going to lose out, unfortunately. I have been in this exact position where there were 3 swimmers swimming at speed. I was swimming as the 4th next to them, and I guess I probably would have been swimming faster than 2nd or 3rd, but because I wasn't on their draft, I wasn't able to touch them out, and that's when I finished 4th. So it is a really, really challenging swim. I think he's a bit further behind than the camera led us to believe. Yeah, again, being picky, if I was him, I would try to cut my losses at this point and cut back over and get as much draft as possible, and hope that someone kind of drops off in the next 200 or 300 meters if I manage to keep my pace up, and I can still swim into the medal positions.
It's a great point, but even with that in mind, Albarak has been quite mixed on his lines throughout the race, but he just darts back across. Oh, I would have loved to seen Kakoulakis just really commit to swimming his own line there, but he's ducked in, and he's going to hope that Erkan, who is sitting currently in 3rd position, in fact, will drop off ever so slightly. So there is a gap opening from 2nd to 3rd. We called this earlier. Vargas looking large in 2nd position there for Spain. Albarak leading the way for Turkey. He's been monumental since the opening lap, the back half of the opening lap. Oh, this is going to be an exciting finish.
I don't think that's Vargas. Vargas had the blue Spanish hat on, didn't he? I actually can't see who that is. I can't. Oh, maybe it is. I'm not sure.
We'll see if we can get an update shortly, but you can see Albarak, he has not kept his line the entire way through. It creates these opportunities for the next swimmers to jump across and sit on those hips, but it's going to take a tall task to swim in front.
Yes, definitely. You know, when you see snaking from the top swimmer like that, you kind of snake one way, everyone keeps their line, and then you have to like snake back into them, and then you snake back in and you realize, oh, they've climbed onto my hip. And that's basically what's happened here. And the second swimmer is taking that speed from him. You know, he's really set on the hip. He's not giving it. He's not going to let him have it easy. He's not going to win. He's not going to win by 50 seconds this time. If he does win, you know, it's going to be a very competitive finish.
Yeah, he's just found another gear though. He's pulled back out in front. I believe that is Vargas, but it's so hard to pick. It's definitely Albarak leading the way for Turkey, and Erkan sitting in 3rd. We can see Kakoulakis in the Greek cap, and once again, thank the heavens for that cap color, because we can pick it. But yeah, the snaking is going on real here on this final lap, and it's bringing Erkan back into the race, and Kakoulakis is still within touch if he can just commit to that line.
Yeah, this is really, really tough racing. You know, their strokes have fallen apart a little bit, and that's not a negative comment. It's just a comment on the fact that this is tough racing. You know, they've been going hard for an hour, and yeah, I think that's Davide Grossi, isn't it?
Yeah, Grossi has come out of nowhere for Italy.
Go on.
They've been they've been looking for their first gold, and Grossi has absolutely nailed this final 50.
This is great open water swimming. This is classic open water swimming in the sense of we'll drag the pace out, we'll make it fast, but then coming into the finish, who's got the better sprint? I'm going to sit on your hip, and then when I feel ready in the last 100 meters, let's punch it into the finish and see who gets their fingers on first. He's also kind of forcing Albarak to take a worse line into the finish, and we're seeing another gear come from Albarak here though.
Into the final stretch though, it's Grossi and Albarak with the final kick. Grossi finds his own water, he pulls away ever so slightly. Albarak's led from start to finish, but the gold is gonna go. Oh, that was so close. So
yeah,
close.
That's a photo finish.
Yeah, I'm not making the same mistake twice.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we won't call that.
Oh, Grossi believes he's got it, but we'll see who takes home the cookies, because that was lightning fast in the final 25 meters.
Yeah, this is they've given it to Albarak initially. Let's see how it sticks when we get the official results, but fantastic to see 2 Turkish athletes on the podium yet again. You know, backing it up, whether it's first and third or second and third. Had an amazing summer of competing at these junior competitions.
Yeah, I know Italy's been looking for that first gold medal. It's been elusive. Oh, Grossi was very close in that one. But hats off to Albarak, Alice. That was a sensational performance and very, very brave to commit so early, to stick it out all the way to the end. And also credit to Erkan in third position, who was methodical with how he moved forward.
Yes, absolutely. You know, I said this earlier, he swam it on hard mode. He really, really committed to it early, dropped a lot of people. There are obviously some people who could keep up with his pace, but that last lap really, really spread them apart. You know, we saw some of the people who were sat in like third position ended up, Vargas, the Spanish swimmer, ended up finishing about 30 seconds back. Just shows the rate of the pace, and ended up being a very, very exciting finish.
And well done to yourself, Alice, for picking out Grossi there. Vargas, unfortunately, just fading in that last lap. I did at least think that he was sitting very far up in that race. But that is what happens in these sort of races. When you pop really hard, and you can shoot out the back of that lead group. I'm sure, as we've mentioned throughout, he'll take some lessons from this race. But it's great to see how close these junior races can be.
Yeah, it's so true. It's tough. We've just seen Emafuku finish, and Mate from Hungary as well. So again, I think it's just testament to how tough that race was. You know, they were 2 of our favourites moving into this. We actually, I'm just looking at, we had a lot of favourites for this. This really could have gone any way for any of the athletes. Of course, Albarak putting down such an amazing effort at the European Juniors. Didn't have it as comfortable of a win this time, but still put in an amazing swim in.
Yeah, I didn't have Davide Grossi on my bingo card today, but he made it very interesting with Albarak. We'll wait for the ratified results. Of course, for the top 2, our hard-working officials will be reviewing those cameras. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from those athletes soon again on the beachside. And you hear there, we'll wait for the results. So, Alice, no one entirely confident with the way that this race is finished off. But the good news is we get to call another finish very shortly as the girls make their way down this final straight.
Yes, action comes thick and fast at these juniors. It's great. I absolutely love to see it. Every time I'm like, oh my gosh, we've got another finish to get to call on. And hopefully we'll get footage of how the girls' race has progressed very shortly. But, you know, we're looking to Claire Weinstein and our Japanese competitor as well as, I don't think we ever found out who was in third and fourth position there. So I'm sure a lot's developed with that, as we've seen with all of the races so far, that, you know, we look away for 5 minutes, especially in these last laps, and things change very drastically.
Yeah, very hard to keep tabs on the race with the camera work moving in between the 2 races, but good that we get to give these athletes a chance to soak in this atmosphere. It's great to have so many supporters on the beach soaking up this incredible Italian summer. I can't imagine we're too far away from seeing the finish of the girls. 7.5 kilometers. Claire Weinstein looms large, as does Tsuchiki Kajimoto. We saw the two Spaniards sitting in third and fourth at the end of lap 3, so potentially a battle between the Spanish Swimming Federation for those minor medals. But we'll watch the crowd's reaction here, because they'll be able to tell us.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Kajimoto come into the finish. I'm hoping that she's managed to stick on with Claire. I wonder how easy it has been for Claire over the
And
past
so,
few
ladies and gentlemen, we are
meters.
here with the
Yeah.
top 3.
Oh, and we're going to hear
Results
from
actually are not
the
yet
men,
official.
the boys
We are waiting
7.5K
for the
medalists now.
check from the international technical official, but we have the top 3. Let's start with Atakan. How are you? How is your feeling? Are you happy about your performance?
I'm very tired because race. That's all.
Thank you, Akadan. Please, people, make some noise. Emir, Davide, what a race. Very closest finish. Very great job in the last one lap. Let's start with Davide. How is you feeling? Are you happy about the results?
Yes, I'm very happy. But this race is very difficult and.
Davide, sei contento di questa gara? Parliamo con il pubblico italiano che ti sta seguendo qua dalla spiaggia, giochi un po' in casa. Non sappiamo ancora com'è andata, i risultati ufficiali, ma insomma sei nella top 3, quindi top 3 mondiale giovanile, grande risultato.
Grazie mille a tutti innanzitutto, sono stato davvero contento e sono tanto emozionato, mi sono commosso e sono contentissimo, non ho parole.
Facciamo un grandissimo applauso a Davide, please people make some noise. Emir, what a race. You start from the beginning to start pushing very strong on the head group. What about your performance? Are you happy about that?
I like my performance. I was so strong swimmer. So it's really enjoyable race. That's all.
Are you happy to stay here in Sardinia? Do you like the sea? Do you like the weather?
Yes, I like the Sardinia.
Okay, thank you. Please, people, make some noise for our swimmers. In a few minutes, we will show official results of the electronic scoreboard. We remind that official, not yet.
So here we go.
Not yet official.
I think we've just cutting back to the women right now, and I will just add, it's fantastic to see.
Okay, ladies and
to give the opportunity to the
Confirm
swimmers
the
to
top
have
3, the
an
winner
interview after the race. It's something that can be quite rare.
It's good to get those thoughts immediately after the race. Of course, Alice, it's never easy to gather your thoughts in that situation, but the boy's doing a great job. As is Claire Weinstein, though, out in front. Gap not massive, though. The lead group is still intact.
Yeah, definitely. I like this. It's nice to see. Like, I'm pleasantly surprised. I was concerned it would just be the Claire show for the whole way, and that it would be like end up being like a 4-minute win or something like that. But for whatever reason, it hasn't been like that. They are just coming into the finish now. Probably, I reckon this footage is probably a little bit behind the actual time that we're dealing with. So if there's results online, I guess that'll be it. But yeah, she's looking good. She's looking strong and smooth. She has got a bit of clear water behind her, but I don't think they are too far back from her, as you can see now.
Yeah, this is exciting. The final 400 meters of the girls, 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers, 4 laps of this incredible course here in Alghero, Italy. Claire Weinstein has been dominant, but there is still a lot to swim for as they come down this final straight. And you can see Weinstein just lifting ever so slightly, that kick starting to come in, and the stroke rate showing why she is an elite world-class open water swimmer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure to watch her stroke throughout this race. really interested to see where her future lies in pool swimming and in open water. Being able to swim 200 meters freestyle and a 10K is such a depth of an athlete. But moving on to the other swimmers behind her, there's going to be a hot contest for these other two medals, and there's going to be some upset participants at the end of this, because it looks like it's fierce and hot behind her. And we have one of the Spanish athletes who's sat in second right now, and she looks good. She looks really, really good.
She's absolutely charging here, Alice. I believe that's Martinez of Spain sitting in second. The gap to Weinstein is definitely still achievable. Those two separated themselves. Daisy Collins of the US.
Yeah, she's back into it, yeah.
It's a great fight back.
Absolutely. Again, I sound like a brick record. I keep repeating myself this weekend. This is what I love about junior swimming. Like, even when you think you might be out, you still have an opportunity, and there's still a door back in, there's still a way back in. It's not as easy at the senior levels, and you can't take those opportunities for granted. But to see Daisy Collins, you know, after she had dropped away by a little bit, back into contention for a medal here is really exciting. She's not going to have it her own way. They're not just going to let her take that. It looks like first and second are sewn up at the moment. Of course, things are often changing, as we saw with the boys' race with Davide really challenging at the end for that gold medal. But Martinez is well aware of the swimmers behind her. She keeps checking, keeps making sure that she solidified her position in second for the time being.
Yeah, she really shot forward there off the back of that surge and almost pulled up onto the feet of Claire Weinstein. Weinstein must have picked up the movement in the pack and has lifted ever so slightly again. That kick is very, very impressive. If you compare the top two swimmers, the whitewater that Weinstein's putting off is the difference maker at this point, but I wouldn't roll out Martinez as they come down with about 150 to swim.
Yeah, Martinez is looking great here, and it seems like she's swam in like an expert race, you know, back on to finding the feet of Weinstein. She'll have to start moving now if she wants to contest for the finish. It's tough. I make it sound so much easier said than done. You know, they'll be swimming flat out at this point. This is hard racing. And it looks like Martinez is looking to try and take her own line ever so slightly here, but now she's back on the feet of Weinstein. And we can see the third place position race happening towards the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, that is an intense battle. Kojimoto just holding on for that minors race. I think that's Nagy and Collins from the US in a doozy of a fight. But out in front, Claire Weinstein just ever so slightly opening that lead over Martinez. It's going to be a very intense race. None of them racing together in a pack. And Alice, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, this is very individual swimming. Literally, everyone's basically apart from the Japanese swimmer at the moment, everyone's kind of got their own line, got their own space. We see Claire definitely pull away now to take this win. She's looked smooth throughout the whole race, so yeah, exciting finish.
Stuhlmacher, Hansen, and Weinstein, the USA on top here in Alghero, Italy. They have dominated the women's performances, and Claire Weinstein gets the easiest win of the day. 2.7 seconds the difference, though, so that shows you how good the racing has been. Martinez in second, I believe Nagy getting in third there, but the USA are dominant here in Italy.
Yeah, I feel like this is a fast time as well, right? 1:25. I feel like that is a quick time. I suppose that they've had to adjust the course, so it's not as comparable from the 5 to the 10, because the 5 and the 10 have the same course. But 1:25 is a quick time. I didn't pay attention to what the men's did, but I'll check on that now.
The men's went 1:18.34, so only 7 minutes the difference between our top of the men's and the women's, but 1:18 as well, lightning fast, and we saw how quick Albarak was swimming through the water there, so potentially we're underrating how good Weinstein, Martinez, Collins, Kajimoto all were near the front of that race. But what a performance. As we've said, The USA taking the sweep of golds in the women's individual events thus far. One race to come, and you'd say the favorite has to be either Schulmacher or Weinstein.
Yeah, surely, especially seeing how both of them have raced it so reserved. You know, feeling comfortable, looking strong. Claire, well, both Claires, Stuhlmacher looking just moving into the race when she was ready. And I think that's what the 3K knockout's going to be about. It's about being comfortable in the first two stages and then a 500-meter sprint at the end. And I think we'll see both of them in that final 500. So it's whoever has the best speed but also been able to reserve as much energy as possible up to that point.
That is an exciting prospect, and why we are so thrilled to call the action here in the 3-kilometer knockout race, a new initiative introduced by World Aquatics at the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships. Claire Weinstein sitting on the beach now next to Collins, the USA girls on top here in Italy, and they would be thrilled with the performances in this afternoon's race. 1:25:43, the official time for Claire Weinstein to take gold. And Alice, that was a pretty special performance by all the girls in the 16-17 years, 7.5 kilometers.
Yes, yeah, definitely. You know, fast race, tough race. You know, it's beautiful weather out there. I'm not too sure on what the water temperature is. I don't know if you have that, Will. But you know, obviously warm enough to not be a wetsuit. There'll be salty, thirsty work. So amazing efforts from all of the athletes that we've seen today.
Yeah, you are bang on once again. I think it was 23 degrees in the water today, the last check. So yeah, perfect conditions to race fast.
Yeah, it's cold enough that when you get in, that you don't feel warm, but it keeps you at a nice place.
United States of America.
And we
You
hear
know
from
that
our
you
winners.
are the World Junior Champion.
Yeah, feels good because I came out on top on the 5K 2 years ago.
You start pushing strong since the beginning of the race. So what's your strategy to win?
I just wanted to get out in front and try and keep it. I mean, that's not the easiest way to swim open water, but I just wanted to challenge myself.
Are you happy to stay here in Sardinia? Do you like the Sardinian seas?
Yes, I love Sardinia.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise to Claire. Thank you to all of you. And start to continue to cheer on our swimmers that are coming back to finish the 7.5 kilometers course, 17 and 16 years.
So we'll stick
Great to
around.
hear from Claire.
Yeah, that's right. Good to hear that she wanted to challenge herself in that race, and she is right. Not the easiest way to race it.
No, definitely not. It's tough. It's tough swimming out at the front like that. You don't get the luxury of the draft. You have to sight expertly. You know everybody's behind you wanting to take your position, especially moving into that finish funnel. So yeah, great to see that effort come down. And America, we're going to hear the Star Spangled Banner for the second time today, the third time for this competition. All for the girls. I think it is really girl power coming out of America at the moment in these events, and hopefully we'll get the official results through on your screen shortly.
That is right. We'll stick around for the medal presentation, of course, for both the boys and the girls, 16-17 years, 7.5 kilometers. We're still waiting for the ratified results in the men's race. It was so close. As we said, Alice didn't want to make the same mistake twice after going early with the call yesterday. I'll wait for the officials to make the decision between Alberac and Grossi.
Yeah, definitely. And, it's so exciting that open water has these finishes like that. It's going to have to be called to a photo finish and see how everything was looking. But it just shows how competitive the sport is and how exciting it can be for spectators and for athletes as well.
Yeah, and the best thing about it is, of course, World Aquatics really investing in the way that the event is covered so that people around the world can watch the action here in Alghero, Italy. No, it's only a relatively new initiative to broadcast around the world, and I myself are very glad that we get to call the action for these athletes and families watching in wherever your federation is based in this. So wherever you're tuning in around the world, watching these incredible scenes here in Alghero, Italy, Sardinia really putting on a show. I was jealous of the World Cup athletes competing in Golfo Aranci, and jealous once more of these junior competitors getting to race in a pristine location of the world. The weather is really turning it on, matching the athlete performances, and it's good to see the support of the spectators on the beach. We will be heading to medal presentations shortly as we get ready to present the boys 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers, and girls 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. So stay tuned via the YouTube, and we'll be bringing that action to you once again as we see some of our further placed athletes come down to finish off their race, battling all the way to the end.
Yeah, I just have to say, for all of the athletes competing, you know, this is tough, tough swimming. Any distance in open water is competitive and tough. So great to see still races happening amongst, you know, these positions, fighting it out. Fantastic.
the top three, the official top three of the girls event. The winner is Claire Winstein. Second place for the swimmer from Spain, Clara Martinez de Salina Peña. Third place for Napsuka Nagi, Hungary.
And we get official confirmation for the boys 7.5K race. Yeah, we see Albarak take the gold with Davide Grossi in third, and the other Turkish competitor, Atakan Erkan, getting bronze. So fantastic effort from the Turkish swimmers to claim multiple medals at the junior competitions this year. And we see the rest of the results for the boys 7.5K race.
Yeah, really going to show the depth that Turkish swimming is starting to provide at this level, as we've talked about throughout the coverage. But still some incredible athletes that have competed within that top 40 in very fast times as well. To be in 40th, 1:31.17, that is very swift. So well done to all the competitors, Alice, and well done as well to Albarak. The double between the European Championships, now World Junior Championships, and to throw in the mix, of course, is an Olympian. 2024 has been a massive year for Albarak.
Yes, yeah, I can really, we'll look back in a few years' time and hopefully see him on the senior stages, winning medals and competing with the best, and call this as probably his breakout year. You know, there's a lot of lessons learned from Paris. He's been expert at this level of the junior levels, taking these back-to-back wins, and you know, still got another 2 years as a junior, so we'll hopefully just be seeing more and more of him.
Yeah, it's very exciting, the prospect. You add to that as well Tanselli, who we've seen really start to lift on that open water scene as well as in the pool. Yeah, it's going to be a hard team to make, and we haven't primarily seen Turkey as a team that can compete on that highest level, but to mix with these young boys that are coming through, the girls have been dominant. On cue, of course, we move through the official results. Claire Weinstein, no doubt, on top.
Yeah, there was some fantastic racing across this girls' race. You know, Kajimoto and Daisy Collins, both unfortunately just finishing outside of the medals, but both had great stints in first and second place throughout the race. And we see the rest of the women's results. As we've been saying, a really varied mix of nations, which I think is just so fantastic to see. And yeah, we've got the final finishes now.
Yeah, and Katie Horn in 26 there, 1:28.51 her time. So again, very, very quick through the top 30 athletes. And we saw online a lot of support for Katie Horn out of South Africa. So it's good to see the support from all over the world. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of spectators up watching the medal ceremony of both the boys and girls, 16 to 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. We'll head there very shortly. You know, we have ratified results. This, of course, is the action on day 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships here in Alghero, Italy. My name is Will Rollo, joined once more by the fantastic team here at World Aquatics, and Alice steering, my co-commentator. It's been a great way to start the competition.
Yeah, it has. And we've got two very exciting events coming up tomorrow and Sunday. Shorter events, a bit more punchier. We've got a very new one with the 3K knockout, and then, of course, the mixed 4 by 1,500 teams. So, yeah, there's a lot of good racing to come still.
So wherever you are tuning in around the world, just bear with us as we get ready for the medal presentation very shortly. And we'll welcome back as we get ready for the medal presentations of the boys and the girls, 16 to 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. Get to see them in all their glory as they stand on top of the podium, representing their federations with pride.
Check, check.
So the medal presentation just moments away. Of course, this will round out action on day 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championship here in Alghero, Italy. We'll kick things off, I believe, with the boys, 16 to 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. Followed by the girls, 7.5 kilometers. And then we will get ready for day 3's action here in Sardinia as we move to a very exciting new event in the 3-kilometer knockout. But for now, we wait as we head to medals.
Alghero, please welcome the medal ceremony for the boys 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. The medals and gifts will be presented by the World Aquatic Technical Open Water Committee Vice Chair, Ferry Wirtman.
What a special...
Ferry's a legend, isn't he?
Yeah, what a special moment for these athletes.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Turkey, Atakan Erkan.
Atakan Erkan from Turkey put in an amazing effort, constantly moving up through the field. I think he raced it very well and gets a fantastic bronze medal for his efforts.
Winner of the silver medal, representing Italy, Davide Grossi.
Yet another Italian medal, so close to being gold as well, but I think he should hold his head high for what is a fantastic silver medal at the World Junior
Winner
Championships.
of the gold medal and World Junior Champion, representing Turkey, Emir Batur Albayrak.
And he was European Junior Champion, and now he becomes World Junior Champion in the same event in the same year. Fantastic swimming, and just became an Olympian this year too. So great result for Turkey on this podium to come away with a first and third place.
And Abayaka on the top podium, just carrying himself with so much swagger as well. So you love to see that, the confidence in the young athletes.
Yes, yeah, it really carries through up to the senior ranks as well. You know, those attitudes, those personalities, they're ones that we come to know and to love and to expect from the athletes, especially when we see them on the podiums and getting those opportunities to speak to the presenter on site that we have today.
But a special moment ahead for Albayrak of Turkey as he gets ready to hear his national anthem.
And now please stand for the national anthem of Turkey. Alghero, make some noise for your Junior
moment
World
on
Championships
top of the podium.
medalist.
Turkey making some noise here on day 2. They are here to play as a major federation in open water swimming. Splitting them though is Grossi, and what a performance the young Italian laid down in that last lap.
Yeah, his sprint into the finish was very, very strong. And, you know, I initially thought he had it, if I'm being honest, from my eyes, from what I saw, I thought he had it. But of course, it's been checked many, many times, I'm sure. And he comes away with a fantastic silver medal. And Italy having a good meet here, already picking up numerous medals. And it's shaping up nicely for their team event.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them in action, as I am with Turkey. But we move now again to another very exciting medal presentation.
Alghero, please welcome the medal ceremony for the girls 16, 17 years, 7.5 kilometers. Medals and gifts will be presented by open water Olympic champion Ferry Urtman. Winner of bronze medal representing Hungary, Napsugar Negi.
Yeah, this was such an interesting race going into the finish. It was very back and forth amongst quite a few nations for that third place, and we see a fantastic bronze medal from Hungary's Nagy to claim that. Great medal for Spain as well. Spain has had quite a few good women open water swimmers in the past, and it's great to see that legacy continued. Finally see Claire Weinstein, the second Claire from America to claim a gold medal, and the third American girl to top the podium at this meet. So been absolutely dominant from the girls of America at this competition, and I'm sure that's going to carry through to the knockout and to the relay as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they've circled some of those upcoming events. They'd be hoping for non-mixed relay, just racing the girls. I'm sure the boys will fire a shot, and you know, as will Spain. They've been strong throughout.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I think these races these past few days have been absolutely fantastic, but I'm really excited to see how these next few days shape up in terms of what happens, especially mixing the two age groups and then getting the relays involved as well. So we still have so many exciting events to come.
That is right.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of United States of America.
What a special moment
for
the US team.
Medalist.
They've heard their national anthem 3 times, and I'm sure it won't be the last time here in Alghero. A special moment for the 16, 17 years, and Alice, that wraps up day 2's competition.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day of competition. We've seen some great racing. I'm sure there'll be some tired athletes, but you know, they've got more racing yet to come. That adrenaline will stay high. They'll go and get a good swim down, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more great racing. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, innovation galore. It's going to be a thrilling day wherever you're watching around the world. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to call the action My name is Will Rollo, joined today by Alice Deering, and Alice, we'll see you tomorrow for more action.
And for today's
Yeah, I'll see you then. I'm looking forward to it.
that's all. Thank you to all of you to being here on the Alghero beach for the second day of the World Aquatics Open Water Swimming Junior World Championships 2024. We give the appointment on tomorrow with the 3 kilometers no out events, the new one event put inside the program of the World Junior Championship. Thank you and see you on tomorrow. Good afternoon.
Well, there you have it. All the action wrapped up for day 2. Thank you for joining us for the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water Swimming World Junior Championships here in Alghero, Italy.
24 di nuoto in acque libere è tutto. Vi ringraziamo per essere stati con noi qui in spiaggia ad Alghero. Vi diamo appuntamento domani con il nuovissimo evento, la 3 km no out. Un buon pomeriggio e un buon proseguimento di giornata.
That is the conclusion of the action here. We get the medal tally. The USA on top, no surprise, with 3 golds. Turkey in second from that boys 16, 17 years. Germany round out the top 3, equal with France. So plenty still to come here in Alghero. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow to call all the action. For now, good night and enjoy.